I think we're live. I have
Looks like we're live.
this behind me. And there's a lot behind me that you can't see. And I'm trying to rescue the shop today. There's a lot of lasers. Here they all are. They've made it back safely. We've the Ranger. We've got the 30-watt Magtron. In the back there, we've got the 80-watt Magtron. We've got the CO2 Galvo way in the back there. The Eon Mira 9. And the SFX is over on the floor, over there somewhere. You can't see it at the moment. But the lasers are here. I'm always late. When you acting like that's uncommon. And so, I don't know. I have to spend some time here putting the shop back together. I brought Kyle along because I'm going to be moving around and fidgeting with things and organizing stuff. This camera over here, right here, you can reach me, is pointing at my shelving because I'm probably going to be spending a good amount of time over there today, reorganizing that, and I'll show off some stuff that I have in the shop while I have it all out because I feel like a lot of it you guys haven't seen before. And then that back wall right there, and this wall right here are both coming down, and I'm taking over all of the space behind it. And the building owner has said that he's going to help me build a studio. So we're actually going to do like a chroma key green background and get like a nice table where we can like do reviews and talk and all that kind of stuff. So no more footage from my desk once we're moved back in here. We should be just in the studio, which will be really nice. We'll have like an actual studio that looks like a real thing instead of whatever this is. So that's what I'm doing today. I asked Kyle to get out of bed, despite him staying up all night helping me with work stuff, to hang out with you guys a little bit. Maybe he'll do a project or something. I don't know. But we'll be here. We're hanging out. We're chatting. I really just wanted to stream from the shop while I was here at the shop. That's why my audio is so bad. All of my AV equipment is at home. So I'm literally using a webcam right now. But that's kind of what's up. As I'm sifting through things and kind of setting the shop space back up here, again, if I come across anything interesting, I will interject and show you guys. But that's what I'm up to. So thanks for coming by. If you're here, enjoy. Everybody say hi to Kyle. You got anything planned, Kyle? I know I didn't give you a lot of notice.
No. I was actually working on some scripts for some videos. So, not sure if those are ready to be shared yet.
Got something? You got something fun that we can do, like a laser challenge?
I'll see what I can come up with. I think I can find something.
Fair enough. I am going to get started, and the very first thing I have to do is actually eyeball this wood from Ukuch. This is literally, it's not as warped as it looks. That's just the camera. This is literally the wood that I unboxed from that Domestic Seconds episode that we did of the podcast. And I had to move it all from the apartment back here to the shop. And I don't have space for it on the shelves. So I'm going to make some space for this on the shelves. That's the first thing I'm going to be doing today. If you guys have any questions or want to chat about anything in chat, let me know. Yeah, we've been here, not for hours. We've been here for like 2 hours. And I had to get us lunch because Felix hadn't eaten yet. And I went through a bunch of mail and cleaned some things up off camera. We're just starting the stream. So relax a little bit. Classic wife.
We got Andrew in chat, Gulf Coast, Vince, Soda Maker, Wayne Johnson. What's up, guys? Robert.
No.
And Andrew. And Anthony. Miranda's judging you.
Yeah, what's new?
Wayne says you've been an education and an inspiration. Well done, buddy.
Kyle does most of the work, so thank him.
No. Everything is a team effort.
Matt has an episode coming out about this soon. Very soon, I think. But this is my Romark collection.
I think it's in editing right now.
It's a thick pile, dude. Like, I still have a lot of this stuff. I want to do more.
It's good to have even the little small offcuts because you never know when you're going to need to make like a little tag for somebody or something.
Yeah, I try not to keep them if they're like too small, just for like space reasons. But and like a lot of this is scratched anyway. I try to leave the mask that comes with it on. You really shouldn't do that. They even say on their website you shouldn't do that. If you plan on storing this long term, peel this off and cover it in masking tape instead. Because I've seen sheets of Romark where I've literally not touched this for like a year, and then when you peel this up, it peels up.
Oh, that top layer?
The top layer, yeah. So it's really bad practice to do this. And of course, you don't want to leave it blank like this sheet because then it just gets covered in scratches. So you can see a lot of it I just have covered in masking tape. And that's how this really should be stored long term. I mean, a couple months, whatever, if you're going through it really quickly. But if it's just sitting there like it is on my shelf, I really recommend masking tape instead.
Gotcha. I never knew that. And this has been Just the Tip with Alex.
Just the tip. This is all like construction paper that I bought for cutting with the diode. When I got my very first diode machine in here, I was like, I'm going to cut construction paper. It's going to be super cool. I did it a couple times, but not a ton, and we never did an episode about it. We should. I'm just throwing trash on the floor. That's my strategy. And if it's on the floor later, I can just pick it up and throw it away. But I'm trying to consolidate the good stuff right now.
Instead of a garbage pile, it's just a garbage surface?
It's a garbage surface. Yeah, exactly. That's trash.
If it doesn't have a home on a shelf, it doesn't belong.
That is the idea. Hey, Laura's here. What's up, Laura?
What's that book? If it doesn't bring you joy, get rid of it.
Oh, this is the Asian lady that does the.
It's like a super self-help organizational book.
Yeah, but she has a TV show.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I don't either. Miranda would know.
That's the mode we're in today. Cleaning. Laura's here. Hey, Laura.
What up, Laura?
How you guys doing?
Orange. I really like this orange. I cut, you can see like the pumpkin shapes. I was cutting Halloween pins out of these, which were pretty cool.
The pumpkins.
Dude, I need to do a tutorial on that. That's what I need to do a video on.
Dude, luggage tags too. I was actually thinking about doing.
Check out how sick these are. These are all pins that I made out of Romark. See? Got a little pin on the back.
Where do you get the pin backs?
You can just get them on Amazon. They're super cheap. And the 2-color Romark looks amazing. Check that out.
That looks really good.
I used to have like a whole wall of these, and now I've got my little cork board over here on the other wall that you guys can't see. This was one of the first things that I started selling in my Etsy shop, though. Were like little Romark pins that I was cutting out of Romark and just selling like one-offs for like $15-20 for this much Romark acrylic. Like, it was I gotta shoot a video on that. Should add that to the list, man. Should put that on Monday.
Holy moly!
What?
Look who's in chat.
Oh, yo, what up, dude? We should get him in here.
Tacky.
Send Tacky an invite.
Tacky, you want in? You got time to hang out with us?
Man, that would be great. I would love to talk to Tacky.
Laura says, hello there, Alex and Kyle. I won't be messaging as I will be driving, but you can keep me company hands-free.
Word.
Thanks
That's our
for hanging
job.
out. And we're glad we could keep you entertained on your commute.
This stuff is really cool too. This is Romark chalkboard. So you can actually write on this and erase it with chalk, just like you normally would like a real like MDF chalkboard, but it's Romark. So you can cut it.
Huh.
So these ones, you can see the cuts that I've made here. I used to cut out name tags. And it was cool because you could sell the blank name tag. The name tag could be filled in with chalk and then erased, which was really neat.
Okay.
So I used that for this quite a bit. That stuff's really great. This is
That
the
seems
thing.
like it would be really fun to play with.
Same thing right here. You can see how glossy this is. This is whiteboard. It's just dry erase board. Pretty cool.
Anthony's driving too, keeping us company.
Yeah,
keeping
everybody's
him
on the
company.
road. What is it? Friday?
It's Friday. Well, on his side of the U.S., it's probably like noon, or 1 or 2. Here it's 3. Tacky says I can watch, but I can't go live for a while. New place, no shop.
Oh, yeah,
I hope the new place is going good.
Yeah, dude, that's sick. Romark is also really great for doing your offset. I don't think this camera can resolve that detail, but the offset, scanning offset adjustment in Lightroom, it makes it really easy to see where those lines are stopping for the outline. So I have just sheets of this that are just covered in just scanning offset adjustment tests. That's a junk piece, I think. This stuff's really cool too. This is called Romark Naturals, and it's regular Romark, but it's got like a textured wood. It's not flat. It feels like wood grain, like surface on it, which is really cool. I didn't mean to turn this into a Romark ad, but
I almost want to like line a wall with that.
yeah, dude. Some say it's too expensive to do that, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it'd be
cool.
crazy.
Wayne Johnson was good.
Yep, Wayne Johnson's coming from, I think he said South Africa.
Oh wow,
South Africa. He said up above.
what's the throw?
It's 2100 there, so 9:00 p.m.
Too expensive to line a wall with, but not too expensive to cut focal sticks from.
Yeah.
World's nicest focal stick. I have a lot of sheets of this. I seriously, dude, I've made so much money just selling Romark crap on Etsy.
I actually have a I don't know, it's like 1/8 of a sheet sitting on my laser right now.
Yeah.
From that, I don't know if let me see if I can pull up a sign, the sign I made, or the not a sign, it was a plaque. Did I send you a picture of that?
I don't know.
It's by far, in terms of like metal finishes, it's my favorite.
Yeah.
Like color of it so far. In terms of,
Is it
visual.
IPI or Romark? Like real Romark?
it's Romark. It's brushed bronze.
This one's again, you can't see any detail in this, but this is the European gold here, which is a really nice one too. I really like that. I didn't know they had a bronze. I've never seen a bronze before.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Let me find it. I may have to pull it off my phone.
I don't know where any of my tools are because they're all packed up.
All right, hang tight. My Google Photos are updating.
Okay.
Tacky did a brass nameplate last week for a friend. Alex's params are still perfect for him.
Nope.
What would we like to hear? Pablo says, "Hey, Al, what's up, bud?" Alex, have you learned how to shade material with your fiber yet? What do you mean shade?
Yeah, like dither. Look at this. That's trippy.
Yep, core files.
This is the most expensive core file I've ever done.
Man, Tacky hasn't been around for a minute. What the heck is the Ranger thing in Alex's shop?
Oh, bro, that's the Ranger 3, dude. You should check that out. We have videos on that on the channel. It's bad.
It is a really nice little CO2.
It is.
I want to say it was 16 by 20 on the workbed. Or
Sounds
16
right.
by 24. Something like that.
I wish we had some more of the camera gear here. All my camera gear is at the apartment, guys. So.
If you've ever wondered how flexible Romark is,
It's extremely flexible. I thought I could just like score and snap it, but it's not. Push harder.
I believe in the Ranger it's a 65 or 70 watt tube, and I believe it's like a 16 by 24 workbed size.
Yeah.
But all the panel, like, imagine where all the motors are in the gantry, the mirrors. There's a panel to get to everything, so you don't have to like climb through the machine.
Yeah, it's so nice. That's the best part about it is the layout. This is trash. Oh, it's one of my favorite ones and one of the hardest ones to work with is the yellow and black. Super cool. These are actually tests that I was doing on the CO2 Galvo to see how that would handle the Romark, and it did pretty well.
Did you try cutting on it? Because that's something I haven't tried yet. I've done marking. I haven't
Cutting
tried cutting.
Romark with the CO2 Galvo?
Yeah, I imagine it's probably not going to be ideal because Galvo, but
yeah. Well, I think it'll do it, I'm sure. It's just you're going to run into all the problems that you usually run into when cutting with a Galvo laser.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it'll do it. But with all of these, gantry, I can't imagine it's going to do it faster or better than a gantry.
Tacky says the Ranger 3 is a 165 foot long, 34 foot wide, 648 ton passenger vessel.
Doubt.
That's a different Ranger 3 for sure. But yeah, it's a nice little compact machine. I'm kind of jealous. It is apparently quite heavy.
Yeah, it's dense. It is dense. It's a two-person lift for sure.
Yeah, two-person lift. Save the back. Use the legs. Wayne is specifying in terms of shade. He says, get different colors in a grayscale on a single piece, manipulating hatches, etc. So you would normally do that with like a raster. And
I get what he's saying, though. Like, use an Aztec hatch
it would be a dither
for one shade. Yeah. Use a bidirectional for another. Like, I get that. I haven't tried to do it. I can't imagine it's that complicated past the initial tediousness of getting the file set up. Probably looks really good, though.
I would just approach it through a raster image, personally, and just use dithering through light.
Yeah, probably.
I guess you could also do it through like Pixel Power Adjust and EasyCAD.
It would be wanting a certain look from it.
Yeah.
That would definitely have like a style to it.
Cuban Crack says, whoops, I'm late. Didn't realize I was live. It's just an impromptu. Alex cleaning, me kind of hanging out. I might try and find a project here in a little bit if I can think of something.
Yeah, we're just here. We're just existing.
I already did spoilers on one of my videos this week, so I don't know if I want to do that again just yet. Tacky says, I still want a UV. I got to build a garage where I'm staying first, though. That's fair. I am also at the point where I'm struggling for space. I'm heavily contemplating ordering a workshop shed at this point. I know I've said it a couple times. I've debated building one. The struggles. This
is like A4 paper or A2 paper, some really, really big paper.
It's like legal, but bigger.
Yeah, this is what I use now for lens corrections for core files. Works really well. Depending on the laser, I use black or white, and you can get really fat sheets of it on Amazon for basically nothing. And it works insanely well, and they're nice and big, so you can use it on the larger lenses. Another cool thing I just have laying around that I would check out. that you guys don't get to see me use very often.
I gotta address this one for safety reasons.
Oh yeah.
Dan, have you guys tried marking carbon fiber before? I'm able to leave a light gold mark on the fibers, but it's hard not to damage the resin top layer. Don't do it. Don't do it for safety. Resin, even if it's non-toxic resin, can release gaseous formaldehyde, and other types of resin can emit cyanide and other nasty stuff. Don't mark resin. And also, there's something about carbon fiber that's bad, but it might only be when it's impregnated with resin already. I'm not sure on that.
I'm pretty sure it's just once it's been resin, because when it's not resin, it's just carbon. It should be like raw, pure carbon fiber.
You would think, yeah.
Carbon. Here's what you do: get an MSDS.
Yeah.
Scroll to the section that tells you what happens when it's fucking on fire.
Yeah, because that's essentially what you're doing when you're hitting it with the laser. You're essentially lighting it on fire. But no, we go out of our way not to do stuff that could kill us.
I don't know if you guys know this. CO2 lasers are really, really good at cutting felt. You can make all kinds of stuff, dude. Yeah, so good. Look at these edges. I mean, again, webcam, sorry, but like clean, no burning whatsoever. That is from me cutting.
That's kind of surprising for me.
This is from me cutting wood on top of the felt. These are the felt cuts from the machine. Here's the other side so you can see it. Super clean, dude. I was cutting like apples out of this with like different letters, and they'd like stick on the felt, you know, and like things like that. There's all kinds of creative projects that you can do with just felt, and felt is very, very cheap. This one I was cutting pumpkins out of. I just got this from that place that sells all the Joann's.
Joann Fabric.
Yeah. Yep, Joann Fabric. Yeah, all of these cuts, these are all from a CO2 laser. And the nice thing is they don't fray because it leaves almost kind of like a melted edge because these are synthetic, you know, felt is synthetic material. So it almost like seals off the edge so that it doesn't like fray out and get all stupid. Felt, dude. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever tried to cut felt with a CO2 laser, but if you haven't, you should, because there's so many things you can do with it. I wish I could really sell to you guys like how clean, that was an A, how clean these cuts are, if you get the speed right.
Wayne says he's doing it in EasyCAD 2 software, just manipulating the 50 watt.
Cool.
You could, I mean, the way I would approach it is maybe pixel power adjust or processing a dithered image before dumping it into the software personally. Like using, if you go into the photo guides that we do, or Alex did on the channel, he talks about art prep for those, and you can export it to EasyCAD too. Tacky says 10,000 for concrete, 8,000 for building for a 24 by 30 shop here. Yeah, up here you're talking almost double that. Probably. I'm looking at doing it literally like a floating shop on a raised wood floor. It's just cheaper. Easier to move if I need to. Wayne, we don't have the settings handy. Is the felt something that was in the CO2 library? Do you want me to check?
I don't think so. It's just like kind of hot and like really fast. It's very easy to do. It's not something that people would generally need hand holding for. I mean, it's extremely easy. If it's catching on fire, you're going too slow. Like max out your speed and then just do little bits of power more and more and more until you hit wherever it's cutting all the way through and you're done. Save it.
I imagine the depth of felt too is going to vary, so you may have to adjust.
You literally don't need a parameter for it, dude. It's so It's so straightforward. Like, you know if it's going bad.
And yes, we always talk this much, especially when we're just in, hangout, passive, shop work mode.
Is someone saying we're talking too much?
Wayne wanted to know if we always talk this much.
I mean, we could just sit here in silence. You could watch. You can watch me pack my shelf quietly, I guess.
Cuban Crack says 18K out of an 18-year-old's budget is too much money. That is a lot of. I mean, I'm 32, and that's a lot of money still. 18K is 18K.
Hey,
So
bro,
I agree with you there.
this shop is $700 a month.
Yeah,
Which
you're expanding too.
It's not that much money. Where does Cuban live? Cuban, come work for me. I need an assistant.
I'm pretty sure he said like Southwest, didn't he?
The Southwest, like Arizona.
I thought, or California, Arizona, northern Mexico, something.
Cuban,
I can't remember.
Move to Rochester.
It's been a while.
I'll hire you immediately. You can help me make YouTube videos.
Can I add an image here to show my work? Not in YouTube chat. Join the Discord. Yeah, I agree. Yep, an investment. He's in Iowa. I was wrong.
That's not that far.
I was wrong. That's very much not Southwest.
Let's go, bro.
It's west of us, though.
How you feeling? Nothing, dude.
Oh, no. You're good, Wayne. We're just hanging out. Miranda says when you guys got started, rent was $400. I'm guessing that's the old upstairs shop, right?
The upstairs,
yeah. We're lucky to have cheap options for us. Yeah. I was looking into commercial spaces here. Actually, I'm in Connecticut, and the cheapest I can find is like if it's under 1,000 square feet, it's over $18 a square foot per year. In most cases, it's closer to like 24 per square foot, and the math on that is 24 times like I think it was like 1,400 square feet divided by 12 months is $2,800 a month for essentially not a storefront warehouse with a loading dock. And like a 400 or 500 square foot space that's in like a plaza with a glass storefront was probably closer to 4,000. Horrible. Are you from Minnesota? No. Alex is up by Rochester. I'm in Southwest Connecticut.
Rochester, New York.
Yep.
Not the other one.
We got the Northeast on lock. And then Matt's down in Florida. Boyce is he's no, not Minnesota, right? He's Michigan. The other M. Never keep those straight, which is also pretty depressing. Andrew's in dirty Jersey here. You said it, not me.
Ew.
My only problem is every time I drive through New Jersey, it feels like it's always the same stretches of highway that are always under construction. I've bent a rim on my Volvo there. Probably in the same place twice.
Nobody likes New Jersey, Kyle. You don't need to pretend to like New Jersey.
I'm not pretending it messed my car up. Pablo's in South O Ireland here. Very cool. Very cool. Got a nice stretch across the world.
Dude, we have viewers from
Literally like every country, I think. Like
We
I'm
do.
pretty sure that like Kim Jong-un is like up in North Korea right now, watching Laser Everything, like taking notes.
Brings me back to when I watched the interview with Seth Rogen. Not Seth Rogen. Oh my God.
I thought it was Seth Rogen.
Oh, it is Seth Rogen. I don't know why. It just sounded wrong when I said it. Yeah, Seth Rogen, James Franco. It's a good movie. Wayne says, both of you would be surprised how small the space I use is. We can play a guessing game with the square footage of my shop space if you want.
Yeah, or go look at like the old Laser Everything videos.
Yeah.
Dude, look. You know what this is?
I can see the texture on it, but I can't quite make out what it is.
It's Kydex. You know where it's going?
Garbage?
The garbage. Because it's not safe to mark Kydex with a laser.
No. It's resin impregnated, and it can release formaldehyde and cyanide. Because from what I saw, it might also have base components of vinyl. RIP. Andrew says, still hate it. Only 2 or 3 more years. And oh, I know. Being a truck driver here sucks with these. Oh, I forgot you're a truck driver, dude. I'm so sorry. My uncle drove trucks for years. I mean, like, he was a hauler for years, cross-country hauler. And New Jersey was hands down his least favorite anything to drive.
Oh my God.
That and in New York City.
I just found a gigantic box, and all that's in it is slate, and I can't lift it, and I don't know how the movers got it in here. It's kind of incredible.
They lifted in a twisty jerky motion with their back.
Fucking manhandled, dude.
Pro tip: don't do that if you value not being in pain and messing your back up. Yeah, let's play a guessing game. If anybody can guess the square footage of my shop, since I think Miranda just gave away your old shop, if anybody can guess the square footage of my shop,
how about this one too? Why not both?
Yeah, you've said yours publicly.
Okay, but go look it up.
I mean, maybe they know.
Well, then they were paying attention. Good. You get a cookie.
Tacky says, turn on the open sign.
It's real neon.
Cuban Crack says, Kim is like, how can I get a powerful enough laser to dominate the world? You could just get one of those fiber laser cleaners like Michael has. And
I was going to make the same joke. Go to Michael's channel over at Laser Engraving 911 and watch him blow things up with his stupid new fiber laser cleaner. Psycho, man.
You usually miss these because of the time difference, but you'll try and attend more often. You guys are great. Thank you, man. We try and help out and do what we can, and be positive. And
look what I got for the next time you're up here.
What is that?
They're P100 organic vapor.
Oh,
for
yeah, we're gonna need those.
Yeah, I have a whole pile of them.
Good. They're gonna get used.
I know it. That's why I've been. This is one of those things I just turned on subscribe and save on Amazon, and they just keep coming, and I just keep putting them on the shelf.
Cuban Crack says 280 square feet for Kyle. Miranda says 250. You guys are far off the ballpark.
Who guessed 250?
Miranda.
Oh my God.
E2 says 200. Does it really look that big on camera? I'm looking at buying a 200 square foot shed, and that would be an enormous upgrade for me, just for context.
Do you want me to send you some of these?
What are those? The no IRs?
These are the ones we wore for lasered. And I have the wraparounds now that I like to use, but they don't fit your face and glasses.
My big old noggin. Yeah.
But these would.
If they're just sitting there, I'll take a pair.
They are. I will. What do you want? Like the YG5s?
What do those cover?
YG5s is everything but diode, and then I can send you.
Ooh, you went robotic and paused there for a minute. Sorry.
Oh, am I back? Test.
You're back.
I can send CO2 for CO2. KTY or the KTIs will do diode and UV really well, and then the YG5s do UV and fiber really well.
Sure.
Right.
Whatever you think. I trust your judgment.
I'll put them over here. I'll ship them out to you.
Thanks, man.
Got you, boy.
My go-to right now is I take off my glasses, so I'm basically blind, and then I put on my safety glasses so I don't become worse blind.
I don't remember, but I feel like you wore your glasses under these when you were here.
I did. They just barely fit.
Good. Well, that's better than nothing, which is what you have.
Yes. Well,
Also, this has been fucking getting spammed over and over again on Laser Everything TV, but this is the microscope that I reviewed for it. It's really good. It's still really good.
yeah. Cuban says he's my Mason City area, if you know where that is. Pablo says definitely not artificial neon. No, it's the good stuff. 150 tops, I guess. You're still way above the target. Love says 65. You're close. This room is about 11 feet, and the usable space in it is about 6 feet wide. So about 66. So this is a basement, and the area of the shop that I can use is about that big. And then I have a path that I can't block because it goes from the garage to the stairway to go upstairs. And then there's another path going that way to the crawl space. So can't block that either because that's like where the furnace and stuff is. Oh, Wayne, I think you're calling me fat. Kyle, you never leave your chair. Why 200-foot workshop? That's why I don't leave my chair, because there's not a lot of space to walk around. I have a rolling workbench right here that's about 1.5 feet behind my chair. And about 8 inches behind that is my CO2 gantry and a shelf that's full of stuff. And then I have another rolling workbench there, and my desk takes up the rest of the space. So there's nowhere for me to stand. If I stood, you would see my stomach and basically nothing else.
Bro, jackpot box right here. I'm so happy I opened this one. It's all my Ryobi shit.
Is that the Artur air pump?
And it's a bunch of Ryobi shit and the Artur air pump. Yes.
That was the one thing I was like, but what is that? Love reached your destination. Here, hold on, I got this.
Hooray.
You've reached your destination.
Ooh. That was nice.
Is there glasses that cover both UV and fiber?
The YG5.
Yeah, I don't remember the codes, but the YG5s. There are some, but they're few and far between because UV, remember, is in the visual spectrum and fiber is in the infrared spectrum. So there's not always overlap.
And YG4. And the new ones that I got, the orange ones. I don't remember what those are called.
I have no idea.
I don't either. It's on an old live stream. And the KTIs. I think they don't have great fiber protection. I'd go with the YG5s and the YG4s. But both of those cover UV. I'm fairly certain.
Buckshot says you look like Chester Bennington.
I look like Chester Bennington if he got old enough to get fat and give up on his fucking life.
I was going to say maybe a mixture of Chester Bennington and
Shia
LaBeouf. Yeah.
Yeah, all day. Right. Oh,
That was a lens. Did you hear that?
Uh-oh. Which lens?
Ah, shit. I don't know. F255 fiber. Nah.
So 255, what is that? A 175 lens?
75, yeah.
Yeah. Wild Pine says, I've learned so much from you two. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Thanks for hanging out and supporting us by watching. We appreciate you being here too. And it is our pleasure to assist.
Oh man, there's cool shit in this box too.
Tacky says, little old lady in a shoe ain't got nothing on you. It's tight. It's tight. I have to be very strategic about the tools in the shop. Yeah.
Every single person should own one of these. Ever.
Yeah.
Even if you don't do laser engraving.
I can tell you I used that a significant amount when I was up there when we had to remove those batteries.
Yeah, oh god, that was a horrible day.
I stabbed my, what was it, my thumb or my hand? Because I was being stupid and using the screwdriver improperly.
Here's the Panavice Junior. Very useful, handy little tool.
That's super useful.
Yep.
Moss says, what's going on? Just hanging out? Yep. Alex is cleaning. I'm answering questions. Oh, I was pulling up photos of my favorite row mark, and I came across a photo of what I had for dinner last night, so I thought I'd share.
You know what this is? Who can name this item?
EasyCAD 3 control board.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I know because it's a massive control board and it's 2 layers.
I usually recognize it from the 4 extension axes. Oh, damn.
That was my dinner. That was my dinner last night. I got fresh ramen. Props to my girlfriend for picking it up for me because I was working. And it was so good. Love says, what did I win? A cookie? I don't know. I'll find something. We'll figure it out.
It's the Chris Padilla EasyCAD 2 to EasyCAD 3
Ooh.
switcher boxes.
We need to send one of those to freaking Boyce.
Yeah.
Props to Chris, dude.
Yeah, that guy's a savage.
I really hope he sells those on the marketplace. I know there's a potential there.
Dude, I have so much random shit.
It's what happens.
Here's
Cuban says, do you guys have a video on how to set up a 5200 water chiller? I don't think there's a video, but I know, Alex, I'm pretty sure you discussed it in your tube replacement video or the one
like
before that when you were taking the tube out. Huh?
How to set the settings on it, or?
I think you discussed it briefly. That was like 2 years ago now. It's a little hard to remember.
Add it to the Monday list for me. What was the other one I said? Pins. So pins add, and then like how to set settings for CW 5000 series chiller, and I'll do one for the light object one too, which is really the one you should buy. It's less expensive and better. And there's an up arrow and a down arrow to set the temperature, and that's it. Here's a micro stepper driver, in case you guys don't know what that looks like. Here it is. And here is the Panavice, the big boy. The big boy Panavice, but not just the big boy Panavice. I also have the microchip holder, which is great for cutting things on the Galvo. These are all attachments for the Panavice. The traditional vice attachment head right there. We'd rather a more traditional vice attachment, and a Panavice Junior head for the full-size Panavice. This is all pretty cool. Panavice.
I know with my 5200 chiller, it was being really weird out of the box. And there's a method, I forget which buttons you have to press to, it's like hold 2 buttons and then press one more after a beep or something. It resets everything to default. and then it bases the cooling off of ambient temperature, I think. And I just dropped it like 1 degree Celsius after that. But not that that's hyper helpful, but by not going too cool versus ambient temperature, it helps reduce condensation on the cold hoses. So if it's like 1,000 degrees outside, high humidity, you don't want the tubes to be so cold that they're taking on water, because when you start getting condensation on the tube and stuff, you increase chance of arcing. OP says, hi all from Switzerland here. Welcome.
Yo. Oh, this is a tiny little lens. Maybe I got this for the, I think I got this for the Ranger. Teeny tiny
Ooh, yeah.
baby lens.
Is that like 18 millimeter or something?
It's very small. I don't even know if it's going to fit. That looks brand new. This is a 15 millimeter lens.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, diameter. It's a 1.5 inch focal length. And then I have a box for a 2 inch focal length, which I'm assuming must be in the machine because it's not in the case. So there's that. Also, we talk about beam expanders a lot on the channel, but we never have shown them before. Here's a beam expander. Little beam.
Is that the OG one from the CO2?
It is. Yep. This is a JG 1064 or no 10,600 4X beam expander. So goes in there, comes out 4 times bigger on the other side. Just in case you guys have been curious about what one of those actually looks like. Whew, it's hot down here, dude. Hot.
Gulf Coast just picked up a 10 by 16 shed type building to put a 7 by 5 foot CO2 gantry laser inside because they can't get it through the regular door.
Big boy.
Fun fact: the blue poo back there, my blue CO2, not the Galvo, the big gantry. I had to leave everything in its like packed formation where everything was zip tied and held in place. I literally had to turn it on its side to get through a non-standard basement door because everything is so tight down here. This is like a 200-year-old house. So it was basically made for small people and not 6 foot tall, 300-pound dudes. Love says Alex's space is really nice. I'm back on the road again to my next destination. This one will take me 35 minutes to get to. Happy driving. Drive safe.
Here's some cool stuff. The LU2-2, the LU2-4, and the LU2-4 long focus. All of Orchard's 5-watt diode laser modules, and I have your 10-watt diode laser module in the box over there. And I really want to get to that video where we like compare them all. I love having like a fleet of them.
Yeah.
It's really cool to just kind of see them next to each other.
I'm really, I gotta dive back into diodes here. I have a couple I still have to review.
There's the 10-watt diode laser module. I'm really disappointed they sent me the 10-watt. It outdated our X-Tool review really quickly because they had the 20-watt out when they sent me the 10-watt, and now there's like a 30-watt. And it's like, okay, my review is like 40
watt.
whatever.
I think it's like 36 watts of optical output, but they classified it to 40 as rounding.
Yeah,
something like that. Going back to Gulf Coast shed conversation, I was looking at doing like a 10 by 20 or like a 12 by 24 shed building on like floating piers, with some nice double doors to get things out of, because I really don't like turning things on their side 40 times to get them through a door, which is also very difficult to do without help. Find it, fix it, Philip. It says I use hot air station instead of that, but I also repair electronics. That makes sense. Taki puts all his lenses in a toolbox, locked it for the move. Now I can't find the keys. Oof.
Do you remember when Cloud Ray sent me this do-it-yourself music box laser cut? Out of wood. Still haven't built it. Sorry, Flandre.
Maybe we'll do a little live stream one day for you building that. Just hanging out.
Yeah, maybe.
Love just got to stare it. If you're on the Discord, you could join this super secret stare it club.
Hoping to break out a lot more of this stuff soon, dude. I miss being here.
I know you do.
Yeah, shit.
Bitmap says, you guys rock. Thanks, man. And you guys rock for being here.
Could you imagine the space with all the production equipment we got for LBX? Like, just, like, all stuff.
Wayne's giving you crap again. Alex, that looks like a mess. Get it cleaned up so we can progress to the next shows.
Dude, I'm trying.
Nice on the shed building. Go for it. It's in the plans potentially. We're still figuring things out. I have the space for it, but you know, sometimes planning and getting around stuff is not the easiest to deal with. And then I still have to get electricity to it and all that. Tacky says, why the unpacking? And Miranda already said, we moved a bunch of stuff to your house. You're faster than I am. More room for the kids.
What?
Tacky and Miranda are talking about moving the shop stuff back from the old apartment to the shop.
Dude, even the new apartment, if you've seen the office space that I have, well, very nice for like filming talking head stuff. It is not at all even remotely close to being an appropriate size to have laser machines. And always the plan was to come back here. I wanted to be home for like paternity leave to hang out with the new baby and stuff, and I didn't want to drive back and forth in the winter. And now we've moved closer to the shop, so it's like a 2-minute drive now. And on top of that, baby is out of being needed every 10 seconds stage. So we're back here. It's more fun to be here. We have more toys.
Yeah, Alex doesn't have his audio equipment at the shop. Totally expected.
Yeah, sorry.
He does have a wireless mic, but it's also not at the shop.
All the AV equipment is at the apartment still. What, buddy? Like 120.
These are my two favorite row marks right here. So brush bronze, and I forget the color code for the other one, but those are my two favorites. Tacky, you broke your fiber? Or you may have broken your fiber. What'd you do? Miranda said she'd offer to come pick him up, but somebody took the minivan with the car seats in it.
Yeah, well, that's life. I don't remember how to put this back together. Oh. I'll deal with that later. Hey, bro, look, an aquarium pump. It wouldn't be a laser everything live stream if we didn't have an aquarium pump.
Nice.
Nice.
I really need to order a compressor and replace mine.
Yeah, dude. Oh, I have the California Air Tools is here.
How do you like it? How often did it need to turn on when you were using the CO2?
Like all the time, but you can't fucking hear it. Like it's so quiet. It's so quiet. It turns on like every 3 minutes, but it goes. That's literally as loud as it gets. I mean,
I was debating with getting a bigger tank one, so it didn't have to fill quite so often. But I guess that's not really required. So
I don't give a shit, and it's tiny, and I can just pick it up and move it wherever I want, whenever I want to. Easily worth the quiet purr that it does at me every couple minutes.
Ooh. So Taki was driving with it in his front seat. He had to slam on the brakes. It slid and bent the fiber optic at a pretty sharp angle on the dash. I need to power it up and make sure it didn't shear. Yeah. You may want to peel. I'm guessing you have that black corrugated like protection thing on it to hold the fiber and the power wires together. If you do, try and peel that off, or at least open it up after you run it, and make sure you don't see any melting on the fiber optic cable. Because it may not have completely broke, but if you cracked it and it's starting to pass that heat through to the exterior, you may not notice it until the first or second time after you use it. And that's not good.
Calipers. These are Neckios.
Never leave home without them.
Bro, I literally buckle my fiber into the car seat like a baby when I drive. I buckle it up.
Yeah. OP says, sorry, I didn't quite understand, Alex. What kind of air assist is the super quiet one? It is the California Air Tools air compressor. So that's like, what's up?
It's right here.
Oh, he's grabbing it. He's grabbing it.
Version.
So it's a little, they have pancake style ones. They have little hot dog tanks like that one. They have a couple different styles, and then they have small ones. They have big ones, but they're known to be quiet, like 55 decibels or less, whereas some of those bigger industrial ones could hit like 75 or 80 decibels, which is pretty piercing. Normally you would get like the little aquarium air pump ones, which are also around 65 decibels or so sometimes.
These are freaking sweet too, dude. Broad fix shims. You can see it comes with a ton of different sizes. Bro, they're so nice. They work for so many different things. I have like 3 boxes of them.
Yeah. I used mine the other day. Dang, good call. Do that this weekend. Yeah, dude. Just watch out for any kind of like hot spots or melting on the outer casing of the fiber, and it'll be good.
Here's a bunch of knives that Willie sent me that I can't give away. I should mail those back to him. Ukuch sells domestic and exotic
The sampler cards, right?
This is the only way I know what kind of wood I have in my shop. Like
literally. I do the same thing. I use those as a comparison, so I know what I'm looking at. Super good. That's like DL gold nugget of information right there.
Yeah.
Grush says, hey, everybody, just delivered some custom merch to a skate shop. Had to take payment out in trade. Got a skate deck. I'm 50 plus and haven't been on a skateboard in like 30 plus years. The last time I was on a skateboard, I almost broke my tailbone.
Last time I was on a skateboard was like
that was 20 years ago. I've not stepped foot on a skateboard in over 20 years either. I value what little I have left of my hips and back. Hope they ship to Switzerland. They probably do. They're pretty big on Amazon, so check your local Amazon for that region. If you don't, or if you can't get them over there, let us know. We could probably find you an alternative. Gulf says California air compressors rock. Yeah.
This is why that time we were at that place and you filled up that truck of stuff that you brought back that I made you fucking take because I didn't want it. This is why I didn't want it.
Yeah, set up a high and low solenoid valve, especially if you do acrylic. Yeah, at some point, if I'm gonna keep the blue poo, I'm probably going to do like the ultimate air assist kit install on it when I do the compressor. Wayne Johnson, Kyle, and SA lasers are underused. People just have no idea what they can do. I watch for inspiration, but also show to include other countries. You really need to see what I have learned. Yeah, I mean, it's a growing market. We're still kind of on the edge of it, still growing. So you're going to start seeing it more and more around the world.
Shit. Bro, look what I just found on the doorstep.
What's up?
It's my Chewbacca box.
Ooh, I have my Chewbacca box behind me, actually.
Did you open it yet?
No.
If you guys don't know Chewbacca, they make...
We'll do it together.
Okay. They make like dog tags and stuff that you can customize. And we reached out to them and we were like, what's good? And they were like, nothing, we'll send you some stuff. And I was like, word. So I have a box of dog tags and I really want to see what's inside. Here's my fat guy.
I'll tell you what, they got
the same exact box. Yeah. All right. Cool.
I think it's slightly different.
Yours looks bigger.
No, I think it's about the same size. Oh my god, their packaging is really strong.
Look at Tacky, just like the old days. Thanks for supporting the channel like you work too.
We appreciate you, Tacky. He wants to send you, he needs the new address so he can send you a diabetes package.
Oh, no, dude, I'm done on diabetes. I don't do that anymore. Wow, that was a lot of fluff. That was really well packed. Let's see. I work for Swag. Whoa. Dude, look at this. What is this?
Yeah, dude. They're out of Rhode Island, I think.
That's bizarre. It's not expected.
They're really big on American made, which is cool.
All right, let's see. Dear Alex, thank you for your willingness to team up with Chewbacca. Here are some free samples of our engravable tags for you to play with and review. If you would like to see any items that are more specific to your audience, I am more than happy to provide. I made sure to include a large assortment. My team has sent Kyle an affiliate link to sign up with via iDev affiliate. Shout out affiliate links. You may or may not see those later. Thanks for supporting the channel in advance. All your viewers have to do is email us at team@chewbacca.com that they were sent from your channel, and then we will give them a $25 store credit. For every sale that is brought in from your unique link and or from any customer's order that has redeemed their $25 credit, we will give you a 15% commission on that order's items sale price. Nice. Let's keep in touch and make a positive impact for American manufacturing. Best regards, Frank, President and CEO. P.S. Congratulations in handwriting on your newborn. Best wishes. That was really nice. So if you email them, team@chewbacca.com, you get a $25 store credit. So everybody gets free shit from Chewbacca. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So that's super cool.
I got the same note, but it was to me instead of you.
Name swapped. Did they
Well,
congratulate you on your newborn?
no. Just saying, thank you for willingness and
Oh, bro, these are
$25
nice.
per credit. Huh?
I said these are nice though.
They are.
Look at this is like texturing on it. I don't know if you can see it. Where is it? There it is. Can you see the texturing in the paw?
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. These are just like basic aluminum like plates. There's so much shit in here. Oh my god. Oh, that was cool, dude. It's like the fire dog tag.
We were just talking about making luggage tags out of Romark.
Yeah, those aluminum ones.
Oh my god, focus.
There's done a bunch of different colors too. Looks like they have ball chains, dude. Look at that orange ball chains. Kind of dope.
These are like really nice anodized aluminum.
Hearts. I see like cat-sized ones. Yeah, they're nice because the edges are rounded.
Yeah, and they're like, I'm pretty sure these are like 0.8 or 1 mil thick. They're beefy.
Oh, look, they do this too with the like rubber kind of like edge gasket thing.
Yeah, the anti-jingle device.
Yeah. Let's see. Pet and ID tags.
They do blanks for like bracelet things too.
Oh.
So if you do like custom little bracelets for events and stuff, they make anodized aluminum.
This card says they sell Swarovski shit. Isn't that a fancy like crystal?
Swarovski?
Swarovski. Yeah, of course you can say it. Stavison. Aluminum, dye sublimation, stainless steel, and silver or gold plated and more. Oh, here it is.
They got some nice. They got some nice bottle openers, dude.
Yeah, I see that. Look at this. It's got like crystals on it.
That's cute.
Got, like the jewels. Yeah, we'll have to go through this. That's a fat bag of shit, though. I'm gonna set it aside for now. I have to keep working, but.
And they got this style too.
Nice can opener.
Yeah. I like the ones that you can stick on your key ring.
Yeah.
Because then you don't have to take nobody wants to walk around with like the credit card one in their pocket, and then it takes up space in your wallet.
Again, just to make sure that everybody heard it, team@chubarka.com, CHEWBARKA.com. If you email team@chubarka.com, you get $25 in store credit. They didn't say anything about a purchase being necessary or anything like that. It was just 25 bucks. So, and that's even without an affiliate link. So, get your free Chubarka stuff.
Yep. And if you want to support us further, me and Alex will work on the affiliate link for later. I did get that email. Found on Amazon, but they are very expensive. Yeah, they're not cheap, but they are nice.
It's going to be cheaper on their store than it is on Amazon for sure, because they don't have to pay Amazon a cut of the sale.
Warehousing.
It's American made.
So you're probably also paying customs import fees.
Yeah,
getting it in your country too.
It's not just a Chinese import.
Another factor is there's steel tanks and then there's aluminum tanks. The aluminum tanks will almost always be more expensive by some.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Chubarka.
No,
no, California Air Tools is fucking super expensive. That's what you pay for having a silent compressor.
It's premium because it's silent. Yeah. Tacky says he works for Swag.
For sure. We can hook that up.
LMA was very helpful. Thank you.
lot
there
of
a
what's
way
left
to
in here is
showcase?
flat stock, man.
Say again. What?
Said a lot of what's left in here is flat stock.
Yeah. Wayne says, guys, is there a way to showcase our work through your channels? You can follow.
Email voice@lasereverything.net.
Yeah. He does social media shout outs. So make sure you're following him on socials too. The Twitter, the Instagram, the TikTok, all that, whatever channels you have.
Official.
Yep. If you follow us there, it'll get you in front of Boyce. And as you share cool projects, he likes to shout out and spotlight people during our Milledgeville episodes. And he also likes to, share that. You can also share your projects internally to the community on your end through our Discord. We have a show and tell channel in the hot topic section.
Also on the LMA, there's a show and tell.
There is, yes. And there's also a share your socials channel. If you want to kind of help grow your user base and reach.
Check it out, Glock Chop.
I can't wait for us to do some of that. Can you write the URL to which one? Sorry, OP. I'm happy to get it for you. Sorry, we shoved a lot of information in there for you. So I'm not sure which one you need. Blonde Fox, what's up? Cuban says, so is it aluminum cards you guys are talking about for the $25 card thing? They do a lot more than that. They do like the credit card style bottle openers. You see them a lot. A lot of people stereotypically put like man card on it, or like, whatever designs. They fit into your wallet, and it's just a stainless steel bottle opener. They have the pendant style ones that are like dog tags. They do dog tags. They do like the ball chain things. They do all kinds of stuff. It's really good for blanks, especially if you have a fiber. OP says California 401 euro. The URL Alex spelled. What other URL did you spell? Was it just the Chewbacca one?
Yeah, it was just Chewbacca.
I will type it into chat.
Dude, I'm officially overwhelmed.
I typed it into chat. I think that's what you're asking for. If not, let me know. Welcome back, Vince.
What do you know about glue sticks?
High temp or low temp?
They're multi-temp, full size.
Are they Gorilla Glue sticks?
They're Aztec.
No, I don't know it.
It's not. They're for hot glue guns.
Okay, I'll switch. I have no idea how to do it. That's okay, Wayne, because it's all about learning, man.
This was fun. We should do this more often. Just go through random ass shit. Look at all this glass. I stole these from picture frames.
It's good tester glass for doing flat stuff.
Yep, and now this lives in this bag. What do we do with it? 32 people are watching this. Oh my god.
Cuban missed the store name and thing to do as well. No worries, man. I typed it down below. It's an email address. If you email them, letting them know that you're a viewer of the channel, and you're part of the community, they will give you a store credit for $25. So it's their way of thanking you for supporting us as well, and by doing that, you're supporting them.
I'm not saying that Kyle and I are starting a second channel, but I am dusting this off.
I think I've already let it slip that I have a 3D printer coming. Anthony's at the park eating Taco Bell and watching us. That sounds like a good combo. I hope they have a bathroom nearby, because that's what I need after having Taco Bell. Ma says, hey, Kyle, have you ever metal detected on your property? You said 200-year-old house. Wow, that's old. I've not metal detected on my property, but we have about 4 acres here. And yes, it's an old house. The newest documentation I think the town has on my house before we fix things up. Oh, EasyCAD 2 board.
Digital.
Yeah.
Or the UV.
Okay. Getting ready to swap that?
I don't know. I think people still want EasyCAD 3 tutorials. I don't know why, but we should probably have, maybe I'll get a really, really cheap fiber laser with an EasyCAD 3 board to do those tutorials on, and then I'll upgrade the UV to the EasyCAD 2 board for library.
And my awesome girlfriend is picking me up food because she's a saint and deals with my crap.
Ew.
Shout out to the girlfriends that support us because they're awesome. And in your case, wife. But yeah, to answer that, so no, I haven't metal detected. It is super old house. What was I saying? The newest documentation I think the town has on my house, aside from the renovations we did like 10 years ago, was like when the kitchen was added on, and that was in like 1910 or something. Super old.
So much.
Ooh. Rick's got a bamboo X1 carbon coming. Lasers and 3D printing seem to go together. I agree. I mean, functionally, they're a little different, right? Like, we don't have to slice stuff for lasering. But in theory, it's all kind of catty, G-code, making stuff out of something else kind of stuff. So they definitely relate. It's the whole, maker thing going on. We love it. And that'll be something new for us. Now Andrew wants Taco Bell. You see what you did, Anthony? Wayne says, bedtime for me. Thanks for the recognition, Kyle and Alex. Appreciate it tonight. Thanks for hanging out again. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll try and get some early afternoon streams in so it's a little more manageable for you, because if you're going to bed now, our normal live stream is probably before you wake up on Tuesdays, so I can understand why you would miss that. It's rough timing. Moss, the X1 carbons are cool. I want, but hate the cloud service stuff. You don't have to go through cloud service with the X1 carbons. You can print locally, but the X1 carbons, there's a lot of people who have basically said you lose access to the camera and some of the other stuff when you decide to go local only. So you can't like watch your print or film it with the internal camera doing like time lapses unless you have the cloud stuff enabled, which is a bummer. But yeah, having that functionality both on and off the cloud would be super nice, considering you have the hardware sitting there already. So
Yeah.
Give it a minute. You're chopping up. Super robot. Think we might have lost Alex. We'll give him a minute. Tacky, I have a friend that moved back to New Hampshire. He's been trying to buy a house for a while. It sends me Zillow links. Every time it looks like a decent house, it turns out to be 200 years old. That's the thing, man. Northeast is a lot of old houses. I mean, obviously there's old houses everywhere, but when you think about kind of where the original 13 colonies were and where they started building, it kind of up this coast, right? So a lot of old historical houses too in my town that that are far older than mine. Hey, Alex, you're sort of back.
Hear me or not?
Yes.
Okay.
We may have to knock it back to one camera.
Yeah, get rid of everything that isn't.
Yeah.
I will try to lower my resolution.
Yeah.
80. There we go. 360. It's just 360. Giant block. I changed the me. Please remember who.
You're chopping up. I think it's still catching up. Give it a sec. I know you're trying. Tacky says he told his friend that they value houses based on how many ghosts they've had. That's yeah, that's fair. Thanks, love. Have a good drive. Bod 56K modem. Yeah, he's having a little internet problem. I think you're back in full force now.
Yeah. Hello. Test.
Yep, you're good.
Oh, I was saying, a viewer sent me this titanium, and I wish I remember who sent it because it was really nice of them. It's like a giant block of titanium, and I don't remember. I've had it in the shop for so long.
It even has a smiley face on it.
It says, "Have fun. P.S. Love the vid."
Oh no. I missed a call from Michael.
Mullins?
Yeah.
What's he want? Call him. Tell him he's on candid camera. I want the phone to ring, and then I want you to be like, "What's up, loser?" when he picks up.
All right. Give me 1 sec. I gotta go use the bathroom. I think my girlfriend just got back. When I get back, I'll give him a call. BRB.
There's so much glass here, it's starting to lose its transparency. They're crazy. Oh, it's a lot of glass. It's really heavy. Ah. Or air assist for their diode laser, but you could use any diode laser. And I've emptied just about all of the boxes on the right side, my right, your left, of the room. I don't know where I put my box here. And that's good because all of this is just a lot of big stuff that needs to be organized. All of this is all the loose crap just floating around in the office. So, I really want to get that stuff put away first. And then we'll do the big stuff. The big stuff. Hot, guys. It's so hot. Whew. Good progress. Oh, that might be it for today. Garbage. Actual garbage. That just needs to get thrown away. Can't even pull up to my desk. Okay. What is this? All right. Let's can I maneuver. Look at my desk right now, guys. Look at this. Just stuff. There's just stuff everywhere. Dude, Taco Bell though. That sounds really good. Bro, 56K modem. Do I look rich to you? It's good to be back though. It's good to be in the office. Feels good to have my lasers within arm's reach. I need to get all of my audio video equipment back here now. I guess I'm committing to being here. So I'll leave like one camera at home, I guess, to do home stuff with, but then everything else is going to come back here. We can start doing projects again. I don't know. I've been toying with the idea of hiring someone to help me run the shop. I think we might be getting to the point where we do that. And like open again as Monroe Laser and start letting jobs come back through, except I won't be doing the engraving. Someone else will be doing the engraving and I can focus on making content revolving around that. Would be something that would be really good. You want to help? You want to come on and set up your CO2 while you ask questions? That would be great. Yeah, we'll schedule that. Set that up with Kyle. We can definitely do that. I don't know what's up with my internet. I need to redo the network at work here. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't even know because I don't know where Kyle is. But the network has just been sitting here like unused for like a year. You guys have known that I've been running the channel out of my house for like a year instead of being here at the shop where I'm supposed to be. And I haven't like reset the network in all of that time. So I think I'm just gonna like factory reset everything, run a bunch of Ethernet and wire up some switches. It's all Wi-Fi right now. And we could really use some hardline internet. So it's on my to-do list. I'd really like to get the shop put back together now. I've got the home office set up. I can work on the marketplace. I can get stuff done. I can tune into podcasts when I need to tune into like Laser Source and stuff like that, or participate in Millijoule. Like that's all set up. So I can run now like the company, which I couldn't do while we were in the process of moving. It was like the most anxious time of my life because I had the baby coming. Things are like settled now. It's evident by the fact that I've sat here and streamed all day. But yeah, so that just means more projects, right? So the marketplace is very close to done. It's very, very close to done. And the next thing I really want to do in here is build a studio. I don't like shooting videos at my desk like this. It's weird. I don't like it. It makes me feel stupid. I feel like we should have like a real studio with like a nice, really big table. We can like put lasers on and like 360 all the way around and like actually get to like publishing some like real stuff again. I just miss doing that, and we haven't done that in a really long time. So that's my goal right now. Dude, it's already done. The chroma key paint is on the way. It has been shopped for, and they're going to put a bunch of sheetrock in on the other side of these walls, and this closet is getting ripped out. That's going to go away, and we're actually going to build like a studio, and I'm going to like mount lights. We're going to have like rails and things like that, like for overhead shots, and I'm getting like really serious about it. And I want like a full production studio on that half over there. So pretty soon this view will be gone. All of this will be gone, and we'll have like a new setup that looks much, much, much nicer. Yeah, things are about as full tilt as they can get right now. Unfortunately, you guys aren't getting to enjoy that, but it's coming. I really want the marketplace to be done. I know that's like one of those things where it's like, you guys are funding Laser Everything via the LMA, and thank you, shout out to you if you're supporting the channel that way right now. And that money is getting just dumped into the marketplace, and it sucks because it's not something that you can see like get built. You don't feel the weight of that until it's done. You know, it's just kind of like this thing that doesn't exist until it does. But it's taking tens of thousands of dollars and hundreds of man hours, thousands of man hours maybe. At this point, we might be like over 1,000 man hours just to get it like functioning and up and safe for everyone to use. Onboarding all the vendors, making sure like payments are secure, vendor payouts work and function internationally, which has been a huge hurdle that we've had to overcome, and we're really close. We're really close, and I'm super proud of it, and I hope that it does a good job kind of serving the community. And of course, the marketplace will help fund our future expansion, right? A better studio, more stuff that we can test and review, taking more trips, like going to LBX. For the first time, instead of like the APA show where I am going by myself, we're going with Chris, and we're just walking around with a camera and like doing on the fly interviews. That's all gone. We're not doing that ever again. I bought a mobile TV studio that we can literally cart around on a show rack, and we're gonna have real cameras. We're gonna have real studio lighting. We're gonna be doing real interviews. I'm bringing the whole team. I'm paying for Matt and Boyce and Matt and Boyce. Am I forgetting somebody? I don't think so. Kyle's not going, but anyway, neither here nor there. I'm paying to get everybody out there, you know, and that's all coming out of the LMA too. Keeping this, to be honest, I thought the money from LMA was feeding you guys and allowing you to keep things going. Oh, it is. Trust me. Matt's paycheck comes from the LMA. Kyle's paycheck comes from the LMA. Amanda, our web designer's paycheck comes from the LMA. My wife doesn't work. It feeds me. It feeds the kids. It feeds Miranda. It feeds our video editors that we have now. There's a lot of moving parts. But when there's leftover, and there is, we try to use it to make the channel better. So,
what's up?
What's up? I'm going on an unsolicited rant about.
Oh, I know. I just turned it on to see if you were still on.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, Kyle's here too.
Oh, good.
Oh,
dude, so yeah. The money from the LMA, just to finish answering kind of question, the money from the LMA absolutely feeds all of us. Like, absolutely.
I like to eat.
Sending that kids to college. It feeds me and Kyle and our families. And but there's leftover money because we have so much support from the community. And that money always gets reinvested into Laser Everything. Always. We don't spend it on fancy cars and nice dinners. We spend it on building the studio, getting better cameras. One of the things we just got was the Chronos 1.4.
I was just about to say the fiber laser camera.
Which is going to allow us to record up to 40,000 frames per second. We'll be able to capture the individual pulses of the fiber laser as it's pulsing. So, you know, things like that, just to keep making it better, keep making it more informative, and keep expanding our reach and educating people is always the goal. And that's where that
well, And one of the things it paid for was today. I got to go over to Tampa and interview H&H Creations Tampa. So it's paying for me to be able to not have to do my summer job, and instead I'm doing this, which is cool.
Yeah.
Because so I just spent like 2.5 hours over in Tampa this morning interviewing Brian and Christina. Super nice people, and that's going to be a really cool video. They make some. We've talked about them on the channel before. We've I know in the Millijule we've talked about their website, and there's their Facebook group, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I just got back from, I think I was there for probably 2.5 hours. Like, they showed me their process. They talked about their products, how they got them, how they came about. So that's a video that we're going to be, I literally got to upload it all tonight. But it's really cool. And that's the kind of stuff too, where like looking at their plywood, it's so nice. Like it's the kind of stuff that only people like us would notice and actually pay attention to. But it's super nice stuff, man. And they're just like the nicest people, like welcomed me in. So it was a good time. So
the bigger version of that is going to LBX, right? Like a lot of people that can't afford to drive out or fly out to Illinois to go to LBX, they're going to be able to consume some of the talks that are going on there for free online. They're going to be able to watch that, and they're going to be able to see the show floor and learn more about the people that are there and what they're doing to help the industry, and they're going to be able to absorb the lessons by the speakers that are going without actually having to go, because so many people are not going to be able to afford to make that trip. And so that's like kind of the bigger version of that. If we didn't have the funding that we're very, very lucky to have, none of that would be happening at all. So, it's that kind of stuff that just, we get to dream bigger and reach further when we're trying to bring stuff to Laser Everything, and makes a really big difference.
Yeah. And I mean, there are projects we haven't shared yet that are specific to helping out the community that, obviously the support helps fund that too. So like every little bit we can gets dumped back into the community to help everyone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, that's the end of my rant. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on that.
No, you're good. Cuban says, how much is LBX again? I believe the ticket for just the event is 120 or something like that. And then on top of that, you have to get there.
Yep.
And you also have to pay for the hotel for 3 days or whatever
which,
it is.
by the way, the deal that they were able to get as like the bulk pricing for staying there on site is super good. Just saying.
Yeah, if you do go, if anybody is going, make sure you go through the link through the LBX information, because that way you're getting a group rate and not the individual super hype price of just being there.
And
so
I'm going to mute Alex. I'm going to mute Alex just while he's cleaning up. And yep, I was just about to click on what Anthony shared, which is it renews your license, which that's what, $35 depending on what you're buying.
$30 a year for updates. So realistically it's like $95 to go, which
nothing
for a very specific trade show that also includes training is pretty good.
Yeah. And that's the one thing too that I'd throw in is it's not just one day from like 9 to 5. It's 3 days long.
Yeah.
So
of a lot of stuff. And it's not, I mean, the classes are definitely like the big knowledge point, but there's also going to be other stuff there to check out too. So you get to make other contacts, and then you also get to make contacts with people that are there with you.
Meeting with
Maybe
suppliers.
There's something you can't do that somebody else can. Yeah. You can work together to help each other.
Also, if you're someone who's been like wondering about certain products, Alex, I muted you. But if you've been wondering about certain products, or you've been wondering about certain lasers and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure there's going to be people like manufacturers there, like people who create machines will most likely be there, I'm assuming. Why wouldn't they, right? And you could get your hands on looking at one of those. So if you're somebody who has CO2, but you're looking to maybe go into fiber, or even vice versa, that's something to go to. By the way, hi, Laura. And hi, Anthony. So there you go.
Tacky wants to see amazing lighting while you eat cup ramen.
Meeting lighting? Huh? Me or? Oh.
Alex.
There you go.
Alex was talking about his studio rebuild earlier.
Oh yeah. All right. All right, you're unmuted, Alex. Now we can hear you again.
I said, or come hang out with the Laser Everything crew. Because
No.
we're going to have the studio and people will be coming in. We can do interviews.
Bring ramen. Bring ramen.
Bring ramen or Hi.
Hi, Felix.
Hey, Felix.
Are you sure stuff in your... Did you wash your hands? Go wash your hands, you nasty.
Imagine live dadding. But yep.
Doxter Gaming. What's up, man?
Looking at all the stuff I missed. You guys been talking for a couple hours, it looks like.
It's been the loosest live stream you could possibly imagine.
That's
Jackie's
cool.
going to bring you a 50-pound bag of cane sugar.
Nice. Literally, Alex is like the cockroach guy from the first Men in Black. Just sugar water. Sugar water. It's just a giant roach. Just a giant roach sharing like inside of Alex's bodysuit. Oh man.
It's a Hector suit.
So what are you working on today, dude?
Right now, just hanging. On my checklist of things, I got to finish up some scripts for some videos. I got to do some filming. I already yeeted
A Pokemon card.
That's from the Wired episode. That was a lot of fun. I might as well show the coin because I already spoiled it.
Way to go. Yeah, I got you.
Oh no, that's too much.
Oh, there you go. Woo, it's a good looking coin.
A good one.
And then I did. It's dirty.
Very nice. The dead.
So, there was that. So I already spoiled that earlier this week on a live stream. So I don't know if I want to spoil all of the videos I'm working on.
Yeah, I got you.
But there's more to come. Gantry Crash Course. I have a video coming out that or in the works that involves if you have problems with bolting locations and bolting down your rotary and you don't like not bolting down your rotary, I have a solution that I'm going to be testing out. And some spray paint crafts, some other stuff.
Dude, you never stop. I was gonna say, you never stop.
I have like 7 or 8 active projects I'm working on.
Condensing
it down into a video so that it's digestible and not chaos.
I'm working on making my glasses look like they're not fake. Like everybody thinks. I saw like 3 more comments that were like, "Are those real?" So, anyways, I don't have anything that I'm working on right now. Oh, actually, have we talked about the series?
We've alluded to it. We haven't talked about it in detail.
Yeah, well, that'll be coming out soon, so you'll see why this is fun.
Talk about it in detail. Anybody who rewatches this isn't going to make it this far in the
Oh, fine.
All right, spoilers for the 24 of you hanging out with us.
I think I still have the camera set up. Let's see if I can just switch it over. So, you guys have actually, if you've been a fan of the channel for a long time, it's nothing like super crazy. But Kyle, a long time ago, got a pre-production COM marker 20-watt fiber laser all-in-one unit, which is like a smaller edition of what most of us have, which is a split unit. And they were just doing a review with it, and so it's been sitting around for a long time. And I think like every week for the past 6 months, we've had somebody say, "Hey, I'm going to do a live show? How do I do this? What should I do? And so I've got the same questions, and I figured, hey, why don't we just take this little guy on the road with us, and I can start doing some live shows and talk about what we learn.
And by
I'm going
live
to
show, you mean craft show, craft fair,
yeah,
farmers market, roadside,
just
whatever,
markets,
flea
fairs,
markets,
craft fairs,
anything like that.
And so, but the thing is, like, getting the right machine to do the right job, because most of the time you're not going to need like 50 watts, 100 watts, 80 watts on the go. So we're talking about picking the right products. We're talking about having the right machine. And then what do you need to do to set up for something like that? Because to actually take a laser with you, with a fiber laser to go. So the series that we're working on,
we talk about everything.
yeah. And so how do you mitigate risk to yourself, and also, monetarily, people suing you or trying to give you a hard time about anything. But also, how do you mitigate the risk for other people watching? So, like Cody's saying right now, travel techniques. I've been thinking about, what makes it realistic and how to make it happen. And what he's saying is correctly. And by the way, I'm going to screw up as we go. And that's kind of the whole point is it's okay to mess up. But now how do we take that and learn from it and fix it and make it better? Cody, it is a series that I'm currently working on with Kyle and Alex's help. Kyle and I are basically the two kind of putting this together. So
I'm not doing a goddamn thing.
He's came up with the title. That's all he did. So you get credit. I'm giving you credit. Shut up and fix your space.
Everything is teamwork around here.
That was 50 pounds. That's 50 pounds of cane sugar that he just patted right there.
I would like to talk to the manager.
All right. Well, we'll get Miranda in here soon. Okay. So shut up.
No, I'm good.
So hold on. Let me go to the right camera here. Here we go. So this guy, and it's hard to see because the camera's not super wonderfully placed. But this is and I have to take off my headphones for this. So here we go. This is the 20 watt that was came to me, and I can't really move too much stuff around. Let me see what we got here. Yep. So this is the 20 watt, and basically you can see it. It's literally 16 inches long by about 12 inches wide. So super tiny, right? Pretty small. It's very simple, and I know I'm far away from the microphone, sorry, but it's really simple. I mean, I can literally just lift it up. It's got an up and a down for the motorized Z-axis and a power on button, and everything else on it is right there. So literally we're just taking a unit out on the road to go. And let me get back where I can actually hear. So, yep, that's the small unit that we're taking on the road with us. With us, but it'll just be me. Because when I asked my wife, hey, do you want to help me? No. So, I don't blame her. So, long story short, we're going to be taking that out. And this was our first test. Like, I literally unboxed it. We did a live, not a live unboxing. Recorded unboxing to show people why this is a good product that you can pack up quickly and easily and take with you across wherever you got to go. And we ran a test.
There are other machines that kind of fit that profile too, of semi-compact, portable, but powerful enough to do what you want, but not so powerful that you're wasting weight by carrying it around, kind of thing.
And space is some of the big.
Yeah, we'll be talking about.
No one can hear you scream.
I'm gonna mute Alex. What an idiot.
And Cole says, just watch a video on the X12F1. Would that be a good option for travel? It could be. We never tried it. That's actually two different types of lasers in one. It has a 2-watt fiber diode in it and a 10-watt 455 normal diode in it. So it's got some flexibility there. You could do organics and non-organics, but with the 2-watt fiber, you're not really going to be doing much engraving. It's more going to be like surface marking, and it's going to be a little slow. For context, I looked it up because I saw Matt was talking. It's $1,600 on sale on Xtool's site right now. It's $2,000 normally. The machine Matt has sitting there is $2,000 right now. It's the same price as what Xtools is, not on sale, and it's a 20-watt fiber versus a 2-watt. So it depends on if you're mixing organics and inorganics, and if surface marking is okay only, or if you need a little more oomph.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, one of the things we're going to be talking about in the series is basically I'm going to kind of be talking to the camera while I plan out my product line, cost that it cost me, and then value, like what's my return on investment when I go there, what's my expected stuff. All of that kind of stuff is going to be talked about. Now, whether or not it actually pans out, who knows, because it's a crapshoot. But I can only go to about one a month of these things, so it's not going to be the longest series, maybe 2 a month, we'll see. Or it won't be the quickest series and turnaround, but it's the kind of stuff that we need to know. And our goal is to try to get it to you before fall, like get it done and filmed and thought out before fall, because fall is when everybody spends money. Yeah, so like that's when people want to go do craft shows. So then you can buy, the machines like this, not like you said, not this one, but similar machines, and have a better idea. And it could be a total flop, and I do terrible, and who knows? So we'll see.
So it also, like, we cover safety factors, like I said. So the Xtool F1 does have an enclosure around it already. That is a benefit. This one does not, but we're going to talk about that during the series. And Cody wants to know what that unit was again. It is the ComMarker B4 20 watt. It comes in 20 watt, 30 watt, and 50 watt variants, I think. And the one that Matt has is the 20 watt with a max source. And I'm pretty sure the machine, as it sits, probably weighs less than 25 pounds. Like, I can pick it up by the tower and
walk. I'd say it's 25-ish. Like, it says 42 on the box, but that's because it comes with a rotary. It comes with a handheld unit so that you can actually like take this and have a focusing ring and stuff like that. So it's all kinds of stuff going on there. But as far as the value goes, from what Kyle is saying, that was a pre-production unit. So the one that, and by the way, it's a motorized Z-axis, which is really cool. So something that we're going to show off in one of the videos, I'm sure. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. Let's see. The other thing too is Dockster said Xtool seems to be overpriced generally if you compare it to the competition. And it is it depends on what money you've got and what you're looking to do. The stuff that they usually produce is very well made, but you're not wrong. You're paying a lot for the name too. Sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
I was going to say, actually, this machine is on sale right now. It's $20.89, and there's a $200 off coupon, so you can get it for like $1,900.
Nice.
And I will dump a link to that. I know somebody just wrote it. But...
Well, yeah, I wrote it just so they know. So there's the link for you. Let's see, Cody. Got it.
But yeah, the other thing you're getting with Xtool is they have completely different software. You're not using... I mean, you can use Lightburn with some of their stuff. I don't think you can with this one. I'm pretty sure this is their custom software only, because I don't think it has an EasyCAD board in it. I might be wrong, but
I think you're right. Some of the machines do and some don't. So Cody said, do they make a more powerful, travel-capable machine for organics? I was thinking the F1 looked great for portability, but it seemed a bit weak unless you brought pre-made merchandise.
When you're talking about, are you referring to like a galvo diode? Because there's the laser pecker, but
I was about to say the laser pecker.
It's kind of expensive too, but you're going to pay that expense when you're getting a galvo machine in general. Regardless of the technology behind it, galvo lasers are not super cheap to produce. They have a lot of tech and tuning that they have to put into it and development for the software.
And the one thing I would pitch with that, because he's absolutely right. Well, Yes, absolutely. But the other thing too is consider it an investment, because I know a lot of people say, oh yeah, it's just one more thing, but it's a tool. And a lot of times, I mean, think about a cell phone. They were way more expensive than a regular phone way back in the day because what they did. And so you're paying to show people what you can do. And then you can also say, this isn't my normal machine. My normal machine is 10 times stronger. And you can show them videos of what you make. And you can have that kind of stuff with you, because that's kind of where my brain goes when I think about, because when someone comes up to your storefront at a craft fair, you can show them what you can do, because you can't bring everything there, this is just one of my small lasers that I bring to do shows. Let me show you what else I can make. So it's just a good way to get them to come up to your booth and see something really neat. Cody said, yeah, like a Galvo CO2, but a small footprint.
Well, that's the thing. Galvo CO2s, you're dealing with the physical size of the RF tube. So a 30 watt is obviously going to be smaller than a 60 watt. Mine and Matt's 60 watt Galvo CO2, I threw my back out getting that thing up there.
I cursed a lot and made my wife like almost cry because she thought I was cursing at her, but it was just, it's like 150 pounds that you're lifting up. So imagine like, I don't know.
It's heavy and awkward. Yeah. It's like,
and
it's not
you have
the
to lift it with the cables in the back and everything. And you're like,
it's tethered. You have an anchor that you can't break behind it. You have to be careful. It's not the dad joke of it's not heavy, it's just awkward. No, it's heavy and awkward.
Yeah. And then on top of that, you can't really set it down because you're trying to position it so that you can put the hex bolts in from the bottom. Oh God. And then I'm just like, give me another fucking hex bolt. And my wife was like, don't yell at me. And I'm like, just please give it to me. So sorry. Let you into my trauma there for a minute.
It's all good. But so going back to the whole CO2 and diode Galvo thing, you need like a standard 455 diode or CO2 to do a lot of organics versus a fiber. Like a fiber can do some, you can cheat it, but you can't do everything. Mm-hmm. So if you need organics on the travel and you don't want to break your back, going one of the diode routes is going to be easier. But you're going to have the downside of crappy software.
You actually muted me.
You muted yourself before you left.
Oh, I didn't want you guys to hear me kidding. It was great shit. I feel much better.
Alex is back, guys.
No, I was going to say mobile organics engraving, like mobile. Dude, like one time I'd recommend thinking like a laser cutter too.
That's so what we talked about, yeah.
That's kind of where I was going with that. You can go that route, just know you're going to be on a completely different software because that does not support EasyCAD.
No,
right?
They're expensive as all hell.
Yeah,
you got what?
He said they're expensive as all hell too. But and that's what we were saying. That's what we were saying. It's an investment though, because you can tell people, yeah, this is a smaller version of a machine that's way more capable that I have at home. Here's some of the stuff I can make here, and that's where you can get your handshake.
4 to 7 days.
Right.
It makes sense. But
yeah, there's some people who, and by the way, there's some people who understand that you're making it for them right in front of them, and they're going to have it in just a minute, so they don't care about paying a small premium for that. A couple of bucks extra.
I think I make this point really well on the EM Smart review. If you guys haven't seen it, we'll watch that. We literally talk about this. I'm like, I don't recommend this machine to anybody except these people. You know what I mean? It's like a very specific use case. But if that's you, it's perfect for you. You know.
I was toying, kind of related to this conversation. I was toying with the idea of doing like a show travel trailer thing that I could hook up to a truck and I can tow with me to like flea markets or craft shows or farmers markets and do stuff on site in an enclosed trailer situation. If you're doing something like that versus having like a tent at a show, you get the added flexibility of having those bigger, heavier machines because you're not lugging them in and out or having to walk half a mile into a show with it and take multiple trips with super heavy equipment.
The only thing about that, though, is there are some places you have to, again, check with where you're going because Like for the one of the ones I am looking at, you can only have a 10 by 10 tent, and they do not have electricity. So you have to read like those vendor signups, because it literally lists out everything. And it said, but at the end, it also says, for any type of special request or discussions, please call. So if you call them and say, hey, I'm doing this, it might be something where, like, so for them to be able on their like thumbnails to say live on-site laser engraving, they could do that, but only if they're helping me figure out a way to get power. So that might be something where you can kind of negotiate with them as a plus too. So
this is weird because maybe it's just because I've been using it lately because it's been the only thing that I've had at the apartment. But those laser peckers, the 2 and 3, run off of like a USB-C battery. So,
Yeah.
Just saying.
Anthony has a good point. Isn't Andrew doing an old ambulance? I'm pretty sure he is.
he's going
and
at
it
his own
says-
pace, though. Yeah.
He had to get rid of it for a family vehicle.
Oh no! You can strap your family down to a cart and take them with you. What is this guy?
Sorry, buddy. That's
Whoa.
the focal. Oh, you muted again. It's
He's gonna-
You get one of these already or no?
I do.
I don't.
He
You know
sent
how
me
to do that? I don't get it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you use like a metal business card and you hold it in place with the fence thing,
Uh-huh.
and then you get roughly into the area of focus, and then on the card when it marks, the smallest line is where your best focus is.
So that's how many millimeters from the floor up?
Yeah. And then he made the extra product where it's the ball chain that goes down. So you can just set the height and then you're done.
I don't have a ball chain.
Well,
Did you get
You have no marbles.
yeah, he sent me a kit. That was, you know what? I'm going to unbox it right now.
Oh my god, we're giving up.
Another live unboxing.
By the way, while he is, oh, you already have the box right next to you? Oh shit.
Yeah.
That was fast. I was gonna say I got a couple of questions.
I don't fuck around, dude.
Over. I mean, do you though? Like, I love how Alex like muted himself and he's still saying shit.
So we're going to go in order here. So
All right, hold on. I'm putting you big.
ART, Advanced Racing Technologies, right? So I had a conversation with him. I'm partially photosensitive. So I, a lot of the time, have a hard time staring at the laser through my own eyes, even with goggles on, because the flashing can really mess me up. Which is also why I prefer watching through a webcam, because it buffers a lot of that brightness. It can only be so bright, even though it is flashing. So the conversation was that when I'm trying to live focus to find my focus point, I don't need to do that if I use the method that he developed, because I can just get into the ballpark, stop, set up a business card, and do that. And it's like one mark and I'm done. But this is a fence. I don't want to drop the bolts. Give me one sec, because I will probably never find them in my shop. Okay. So he kind of has this like whole kit set up. It's like an ecosystem. So you get these fences. So these bolt down back here, and you can create a fence, and you get 2. And with that, you can do an X and a Y. So that gives you 2 methods of holding stuff, which also gives you a way of holding a business card against the little triangle, which is basically a focus finding gauge. And digging into this package a little bit further without dumping everything everywhere. You get the focus gauge. So when you have a business card, oh, no, don't focus on my face. Come on. There we go. When you have a card resting with its base here going up the angle, you can get it into the rough ballpark of focus. And then wherever you get the finest line, you basically make a hatch box with a wide spacing, like 1 or 2 millimeters apart or something like that. And wherever you get the finest line, you can drop it down and look at it that way. You identify which line is where, and you know your starting point, and you can see how far off the bed from your current focus point is the best focus. You can measure it without having to guess where the top of the focus is and the bottom of the focus is and tuning for the center. You just know what it is. And this method also gives you the ability to see how far up and how far down your range of focus is for a given lens.
That's pretty slick.
Also, yeah. Going a step further.
Minnesota Maker said, I just ordered one of those today.
Nice. Going a step further, you then have this. So this basically mounts onto your galvo neck, right? And, well, it goes this way.
I was about to say, there you go.
So it rotates. So it's a little tight right now, but you set your height off of your material with this for your focus length. And this is adjustable. So you can loosen this up and pull the chain back to shorten or pull it down to lengthen it. And once you got your height, you lock it down, and then you can rotate it out of the way and hang this up, and you're good to go. And then anytime you need to set your height, you know exactly where it is. It's like a built-in focus
stick. Yeah.
Yeah. So this
where you don't have to hang them up. You don't have to like go find them. You don't have to hunt them down.
Right. So he's built an ecosystem for ease of use is the best way I could describe it. So that's what we were talking about.
All right, pretty sweet, man.
Yes. So I've given this a try on one of the lasers I have, and then I packed it up because I want to do a video about it. But now I just did a live unboxing. And
that's where can you pull that from this recording? That'd be cool. It's like
I probably can.
Heck yeah.
Can. So I'm going to be setting this up. I wanted to set it up on the CO2 Galvo, but I think I'm actually going to set it up on the 100-watt fiber.
Oh, yeah. That'd be sweet. Way back, because we've kind of missed a couple things. This is where I'm just bringing up. Vince had talked about the Genmitsu Z4 as a Galvo diode for $400, but the software really sucks. And that's one of those things that always is frustrating because there's so many really cool machines that have that proprietary software that comes with them that locks you in. And that's where it's hard to say, yeah, buy this machine, because then you have to have it's basically you're working another operating system, and it kind of limits the heck out of you.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. Any diode Galvo is going to have proprietary. As far as I know, there's not a single EasyCAD based diode solution out there for Galvo. So you're always going to be working with custom boards with custom software. Some of them will be far worse than others. But
is that because they're not JCZ
limiting
boards?
JCZ isn't perfect either, but you get the option of light burn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so that's where you lose that.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's okay. What an idiot.
What do you got there, Alex?
Hold on, let's unmute him for you.
You're muted.
Hold on. Oh, you muted yourself, so we can't unmute you.
You gotta unmute yourself.
He's blaming us for it all the time.
Yeah, all of it, please. This is the Mansfield. This is the pie burn right here, V4, and the Rotoboss I'm going to grab in a second. Now that we're back in the shop, we can finally test these. Really excited.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a dedicated rotary like that pretty soon. So I'm excited to see that.
I was gonna say I did the unboxing video and I just need to finish the stinking voiceover. But I got a Rotoboss Ascend. I paid for, like, I bought it. All the stuff here in my shop right now, except for that piece, is the first piece I've had. Hey, there you go. Look at this beast.
Look at that, dude.
Woo. Hold on, let me make you big here.
I think that's the first video you need to do going back into the shop.
Oh, that's just the junior too.
Rotary one. It's the Junior 2.0,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah,
I think
Dude,
you need
look
to
at-
review the rotaries and then do a comparison.
look at the machined metal on that. It's so slick looking.
It's so nice.
Dude, it's beefy. That ain't flexing for nothing.
No, it should be small enough to use on every machine in here too. I'm hoping.
Yep.
I don't know about the Ranger. That's the only one I'm like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it'll work on the Mira, and it'll definitely work on the Galvo lasers. So
Yeah,
you guys will be seeing these again really soon. This video is probably, I think it's my most overdue video ever.
yep.
So if you're
So that's
watching
something else.
this and you're from one of these three companies, I'm sorry, you are going to do it.
And I've got, like I said, the Rotoboss Ascend, and I think I did my video when I purchased the low roller. I need to make a video about the low roller too. That'd just be a really cool one. It's a 4-pin plug-in. It works with all my fiber,
Your
and
mom's
all my
a
Galvo machines. She is a 4-pin plug-in. She is aviation acceptable.
Aviation approved.
Yeah. And so thank you. I appreciate that. She has flown on many machines. The other thing I was going to say too is the Ascend I just got is really cool. And I actually found a baking pin when I went to a store the other day. That's just a really long wooden baking pin. So I'm going to see if I can do like a full rotation thing on it. That'd be fun. What I was going to show though is this one right here from, let's see. Oh, where'd it go? Someone asked about the Galvo. Mark, there it is. Thoughts about Pascal's CO2. So
I'm assuming you're referring about the Galvo.
I think so,
That's-
because we've been talking about the Galvo CO2s right about that time. So far as the machine goes, it came well packaged. Everything was clearly indicated. It came with a couple of lenses. I paid for mine, and then the channel got one donated for review. Yep. So Kyle's got that. And so the cool thing is he and I are actually going to work together on like a 2-man review since we have the exact same machine. And basically, I mean, I thought it was well packaged. I think it came quickly. And then the other thing is the one thing I would say is it is loud as hell. Like it is an industrial machine. We both got 60 watts, by the way.
It's got very fast moving like server fans, industrial server fans on the RF cooling fins to push as much air through them as possible. It is
We'll see
very
if we can hear
overkill
this.
on cooling, but you need it for that. Yeah, you got it.
Did you get it?
Point.
Did you get
We
it?
got the point.
That was obnoxious.
It is.
I couldn't hear you because the fans were very loud. But the good news is they're made for a machine that's going to be working for like 8 hours a day, and that's what makes it work. So if you go for I don't know if the 30 watts that way, but or the 35. I think he's got a 35 or 30.
I think all RF, I'm not all RF tubes, but a significant portion of just RF tubes and CO2 galvos are going to be loud. Just like UVs, because they're designed to be industrial. They're designed to move a lot of air through them, and they're designed to be run in a warehouse that could potentially be hot as hell.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll say is when we got it dialed in, if you haven't seen the video of Kyle and I working on the timing for that, we did a really cool timing video. It's 3 hours long, so feel free to click through. Or just watch the whole thing. Get some ramen noodle, grab 50 pounds of sugar, put it in some water, drink it, suck it back. Alex's mother sucks back. Now, the other thing is the ramen noodle we're talking about. Don't be gross, guys. So I'd say so far I've been very pleased with the machine. I'm really excited and Kyle can like laugh at me all he wants. I barely used the machine since I bought it, mostly because I've been so busy with other stuff. But he and I are going to get this thing going. Like that's our goal within the next 3 weeks, I think.
Together, right?
Yeah.
Same on the UV.
Yep. So it's going to be 2-man in it. And then the good news is that'll help us to
Double
update
points of
certain
view, double
things.
opinions. Yeah.
So double your pleasure, double your fun. Rare. No, too far. Okay. Let's see. The Laser Pecker 4 is going to be a dual source, right?
I think Alex has the 2, which is a single 455. I'm pretty sure was the 3 a dual source. I'll look it up. I'll let you know.
Let's see. Oh, Laser's back, by the way, while you're looking it up, and she said, yay, pie burn.
Yes, the Laser Pecker 4 is basically going to be almost identical to the X-Tool F1. It is a 2-watt fiber module with a 10-watt 455 diode module. Same deal.
I'm pretty sure it's just the 2 and 3 in one chassis.
Yeah, and Daniel De La Rosa said, yeah, it's dual source. I have one coming in July. I'll let you know how it goes. So that's cool. Thank you, Daniel.
Let us know. It is, I think it's still in Indiegogo right now.
I got my UV from Pascal. Very happy with the machine and service. Yeah, Pascal, and this, I mean, the whole community knows Pascal's Haitian Laser. If you don't know, great guy. He really wants to make sure you're happy. He's got a couple of good engineers that help stuff while Alex is sniffing his wood. Just don't lick it. Don't lick it. I've always been, yeah, I've been pleased. All 3 of my Galva machines are from Pascal. The other thing that I see here is it says, how much was your UV? And he said 13,000 US, but that's for a 15 watt. So that's like top end. That's, I got a 5 watt and
yeah,
go ahead.
I was going to say a 15 watt UV is about as high as you go before there isn't anything above that in the.
I was going to say, I think most people I know had 13 watt, 12. Yeah.
Yeah. I've had contact with a 12 watt JPT or no, sorry, Ingu, 12 watt Ingu, I think.
Mm-hmm.
There's 15 watt JPT. When you go above 5 watts, they're basically all water cooled. But above 15 watts, there's a massive gap. And then you end up with the really high wattage ones that are used for cutting silica wafers for like Intel and AMD processors and NVIDIA. Like they're used on an industrial scale for cutting silica.
Yep. And that's one of the things too. I was going to say for mine, I believe it was either 6,500 or 6,900. I can't remember honestly off the top of my head. I know it was under 7,000, but 6,500, and that came with the machine. I told him not to send me another rotary because I've got so many, but I think it came with a rotary, and he might have thrown in an extra lens, or it might have just been 1 lens or 2 lens. So it's pretty good value, and it's already paid itself off. So that's one of those things where it's a cool machine for sure. Let's see.
You guys advertise Pascal so much, I'm literally going to be the only person on the planet that has my UV laser.
I had to step out. Did anyone answer his light burn query?
Did we miss it? I'm scrolling up. Hold on. I had 1.2 light burn and noticed the 45 degree hatching is still not perfectly lined up. I've since updated to current, but is that still in? No, I have not had that issue at all. Update. You'll also be happily surprised with there's rotary repeat mark now. So if you've done anything with that on EasyCAD, it's now in Lightburn and it's awesome. I have a video coming out on that jig. I don't know where it is right now. Otherwise, I would
projects.
It's somewhere over there on the shelf. Maybe
Is
I'll
it in
grab
the
it.
shop? Yes.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I'm gonna find it. You keep going. I'll be right back.
All right. So Miranda said, "Who let Matt join?" Alex. All right, Alex. This one's probably for you. I've noticed my hatch has been wonky lately, or Kyle, but I don't know why. 90 degrees. This is Anthony said 90-degree hatch was more like 107. That's not good.
Pics. Need pics.
Yeah.
Or preferably a video of that.
It's not the first time he's asked Anthony to send pics, so you're used to
Your
it.
90-degree hatch.
It's been pretty reliably.
Your hatch angle being off, it could be related to your core file, maybe, because it affects the angle of rotation where your bed is. But being off by 27 degrees is really an odd number.
It's a lot.
I don't think that would be core file related. If it was like 90 degrees or 45 degrees or 180 degrees, like reversed, that would make
I
sense.
say light the machine on fire, just buy a new one.
Oof.
Randall
this is-
loves to complain about things being off angle. Maybe you should consult her.
This is my rotary jig for my continuous marking for Lightburn and EasyCAD. I made this to do slate and also on the CO2 Galvo cork coasters because they're the same size.
Nice. And then it said, sweet. By the way, Anthony said that was a guesstimate.
Okay.
It might be like 4 degrees, but it could have also been 27. I don't know.
If it's a couple of degrees off, that could be the difference between like that's a lot of lenses.
What a dope. Just the
Dude,
way he's
having
chucked them in
like
there.
elastic
Ugh.
birds while they're floating around in there is giving me
Hey.
like PTSD.
They almost all have lens caps on them.
Except that one that was just staring at me like, please help me. Please help me.
This is one of
I'm
the.
going.
I know what it is. I know what it is. That's like a car
That's-
payment.
That's like a $1,200 CO2 Galvo lens.
Oh,
that's
never
floating
mind. That's a
around.
house payment.
These things are a lot more robust than I think most people think they are. They're not as fragile.
He's
Alex,
that guy who's on TV who like, watch, it doesn't break when you throw it, and it just shatters.
To be fucking transparent. I didn't just get these for free and I'm just throwing them around willy nilly. I paid for every single one of these things in the box. Just so we're being perfectly clear.
I'm
Look
with
what
you,
you're
Anthony.
doing to the viewers, Alex. Look it.
I'm like Mr. Beast. It's like shock factor.
Oh, shit. As you're dropping lenses, my iPhone falls out of my pocket. Awesome. Corner.
So, Alex, I will be generating some lens boxes to cut on the CO2, and I'll be sending you that file, and we'll be cutting foam and wood together.
Boxes.
Yes,
Are we certain about the foam cutting? Have we?
yes,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Okay.
You need to use the right foam. Some foams are not
It's
safe.
okay. You've got workers' comp. You on live, you're going to see Kyle be like, guys, this is a great type of product for you to be.
No, that is a legit concern, though. That is a legit concern. There are foams that have formaldehyde and other nasty crap in them. There are safe foams to use.
If you out there watching this right now ever think that I think I'm better than you,
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. We've all
been there. Every one of us has been there, and if we haven't been there, we will be there one day.
I haven't done
I
that.
will likely be there again.
Would you
Yeah.
like to know why I don't? Would you like to know why I never have that happen to me?
Because you leave it off.
I immediately took the lens cap off and have never put one back on ever.
The only time I have a lens cap on mine is when they're in storage.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say. The reason I do that is in the box. I keep it in the box so I know which one is there. And then I do that. All right. I have to go right now because I told Amanda I'd work on a project with her. So
What?
I got to work. I got to quit working to work more. What am I supposed to do? She's only got so much time. Huh?
I said, fuck Amanda.
I'll tell her you send your love.
She doesn't even come on the. You have her come on here, introduce herself to all these sweet people who enjoy
Yeah, I
her
know.
product.
I'm sure you guys will still be here when I'm done.
All right, we'll see you in a bit. Say hi for me.
See ya. I'll tell her, Alex, that you said kisses.
Tell her she's making me fat.
Yeah, all right, that's the problem. Ramen sugar.
No.
Sue says, "Do you have any experience with MM3D?" I'm guessing that's MakerREMIX, or yeah, I think that's what it is. 3D software for the CO2 Galvo. No, we've not used. So the software is directly tied to the control board in the laser. We do not have any lasers between anybody on staff that uses that control board and software.
What does?
Huh?
What does?
It's like a competitor to the JCZ EasyCat 3 board.
Really?
Yes.
Why don't we have
From
that?
my understanding, it's a newer board too. It's cheaper and it doesn't have the same licensing issues that EasyCat 3 does, where you can have it on multiple computers and it not be a problem. As far as I know,
Jason about getting Lycra support for those boards.
it's a 3D board, so it would have to work their way into 3D at some point.
Yeah.
It would be very nice. I don't know what the challenges are of that. I don't know what kind of security software.
We cover a lot of stuff on laser everything, but 3D lasers is not one of them typically. I'd love for that to change someday, but it's just a whole nother thing. Like it's own whole separate world.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff, and it's different software. It's different considerations. I'm not opposed to trying it at some point. I know on CO2 Galvo 3D is popular because a lot of what you do is round for tumblers, if that's what you're focusing on. And it's popular for UV too, actually. So maybe one day. I'm not opposed to trying it out. We haven't had an opportunity arise for it, and it's a lot to kind of dive into. A lot of people have a hard time diving into just 2D using a laser. So adding a third dimension with 3D modeling and a bunch of other stuff is a lot. Got a spare 300 millimeter quartz lens? No, we don't.
Quartz.
Fun fact, the only 300 millimeter lens I have is not quartz, so I can't use it on my 100 watt. Do you even have a 300 millimeter lens for your fiber?
Yeah,
you do, because you did the Project Mark videos.
They're not quartz though.
No, they're standard lenses. Yeah, that's the thing too, right? So like 80 and 100 watt and plus fiber lasers, I mean, it's kind of a niche, right? A lot of people don't go that high unless all you're doing is depth engraving. And if you're doing depth engraving, you don't want a big lens. So yeah. I did that within the first week of using a fiber. I'm telling you, it's not uncommon to pop a hole in your lens cap by accident and just sit there for a minute going, why isn't it firing? And then all of a sudden it starts firing. It happens. With my first fiber laser, though, my lens caps were metal. They screwed onto the lens for the Wisely. Really nice lenses. So it would not be going through that because there's no way it would melt a hole through metal. And with it being out of focus, it wouldn't ablate it. So it'd probably destroy the lens before I found out what's up with that if I forgot to take the lens cap off. LP4 will soon be compatible with LP4. I think I'm missing context as to what LP4 is. What were you guys talking about? No, he's on his way back. Yeah, Alex. What were you guys talking about before when I was wandering around the LP4?
I was just saying it was the 2 and the 3 put together in one housing.
Daniel says the LP4 will soon be compatible with Lightburn.
Well, that sure would be nice.
Oh, laser pecker. Okay. Sorry, my brain isn't with it. That's cool. So if it's got Lightburn support, that's sick, actually.
Was that a question or a statement?
Statement.
Oh.
He says, wanted to throw this out there. LP4 will soon be compatible with Lightburn. So I'm not familiar with any announcements for it, but if that's the case, that's cool as hell.
Yeah, I wonder what is on that.
If it's going to be compatible with the LP4, I can't imagine why it wouldn't be compatible with the earlier ones if it uses the same software. But maybe it's a different control board and different instructions, something else. I don't know. It's not my laser. It's a guy's 100-watt fiber that he used for gun engraving. Then his business failed, so he's letting me use it to hopefully make us both money. That's cool. Very cool. Hopefully it works out for you both. And awesome. 100-watt fiber is a beast of a machine, let me tell you. I'm still tuning with mine. I showed the coin earlier. I have very conservative settings for brass. It took me an hour to do the deeper engrave on the side. That's the majority of it is engraved away. But it's also zero finishing needed. It's ready to go. So no post-processing. I got 30% off as a Kickstarter backer, but portability was my main concern. This was before Xtool announced the F1, though. I mean, that's cool. They're very, very, in terms of specs, obviously the software is a little different, but in terms of specs, the hardware seems very similar. I don't know if they're related in some way, or if they just both went down the same development path. But as a portable machine, it does seem really compelling. If it's got Lightburn software, then that's awesome. He's purchasing. Charged him. Oh, 40K. What in the world? Whew. That's excessively expensive, but some machines are that way. Yeah.
What about 40K?
Cuban Correct is working with somebody who paid 50K for a combination of the machine, the rotary, and training.
$50,000?
For 100-watt, yeah.
Send it back.
It's a laser star, he said.
Send it back.
I think it's too late. That he's working with somebody who bought it already and went out of business.
Well, he went out of business because he bought a $50,000 fiber laser.
It's brutal.
So,
yeah, it was in 2019. So yeah, far too late to return. 40K in 2019 for 100-watt maybe is a little more in line because the prices have come down significantly in the last couple of years.
It's not in line at all. That's way too expensive, dude.
I said more in line. I didn't say it was acceptable.
Get yourself as far away from that machine as possible. Do not bear any of that cost responsibility or you will be out of business too. That's outrageous.
Yeah.
That's outrageous.
And Daniel says the battery bank is huge for portability. Gives it an advantage over the F1. Yeah, I would think so.
They were supposed to send us an F1. I was really excited to play with that.
You're turning into Linus Tech Tips with dropping stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he offered no more than 10K for it. 10K is actually a reasonable price for 100-watt if it's in good shape.
Brand new.
If it's in, that's what I'm saying. If it's in reasonable shape, a normal cost for like 100 watt is between. Hold on. I mean, yeah. So like brand new, you could get 100 watt for 10K right now, with shipping included.
Who are you using for that pricing?
Mine?
Wisely?
No, the laser's only one.
Oh, lasers. What's Wisely sell 100 watt for right now?
I don't know. Let's find out.
LO is good, but they're expensive too.
Huh?
I said lasers only is good, but they're expensive too. I found the glasses that are replacing the goggles, by the way.
A 100 watt from Wisely is 12,700 with a manual tower. So, and then you're also dealing with import cost.
They are the DBY
and shipping,
by the way, Kyle.
Huh?
DBY were the frames that I was talking about way earlier in the stream.
Oh, those are the new ones you were talking about. Okay.
Yeah, they cover UV, visible spectrum, and fiber.
Okay.
With a 35% VLT. So
yeah. The Wisely was 12,700 plus shipping and customs.
Yeah. So 10K, sure.
Yeah. I would expect to pay anywhere from 10 to 14 if I was looking at buying one. When you start going above that, you're buying into something else. You're either dumping your money or you're paying for some kind of extended warranty or paying for training or just paying an excessive amount for parts, something. Oh, it's an 80 watt. An 80 watt. So yeah, you're overpaying for that 80 watt if you offered him 10K.
Especially used.
Yeah. If you can't send links, hit us with them in Discord.
You cannot send links. There's no links allowed on the YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, hit us with them in Discord. I'm gonna go put my jig back.
These are my new YG5s, which I find considerably more comfortable than the goggles, and they fit over my glasses. See those?
Just did. Yeah, I'll check out Discord.
Full size shielding on these.
That really makes that price for lasers only look pretty good right now.
It does.
For that 100 watt. I remember when we were looking at it, it was a pretty compelling price. So,
yeah.
Speaking of which, I got to finish the review on that, but it's coming after the UV, I think. Did you put it in random chat or another chat? I need to know where to look.
Tell me, basic girl, 'cause I need to know.
Thank you. Got it. Tacky's like, is laser only for farmers only, but for people who laze? No.
It's actually called whitepeoplemeet.com.
I want to know what kind of 1 to 500 kilohertz. I wonder if this is an IPG. One to 500 kilohertz pulse frequency.
Don't have to be lonely at lasersonly.com. Tacky, I feel like your excuse for not being on this stream is pretty poor. I just wanted to say that out loud.
You can do audio only.
You could just sit at a chair at a table in your house. You don't need to be in a shop. Dude, I love the Zinc Selenium color. Just the color of it. So cool. Stupid webcam isn't doing it justice.
We need to finish doing a comparison on those lenses now that I have some to compare it to too.
The compound CO2 galvo lenses.
Yeah.
What did we say? It was like a 10 to 15% improvement in dot size when we actually did the experiments.
Yeah.
So and they help, but they're so much more expensive. What?
Yeah, you're talking like instead of $100 for a lens, you're talking $1,300 for a lens.
What? No, we don't have any cups. Get a bottle.
But yeah, I have a 110, a 210, and a 300 to compare it to. I gotta say, even the 200 lens is giving me like a better dot size than my gantry.
I don't know
I'm
if you
surprised.
can see over here by my pinky, but I
Yeah.
did a lens correction test and it reflected up and marked the lens housing.
Oh,
Can you see it there? The lines?
yeah. Huh.
Pretty wild. If this is a giant pile, just pick one.
I'm gonna start eating my lunch.
You're just now eating, dude? What?
Yeah. My wonderful girlfriend, she was like, "Hey, I'm stopping to grab lunch. I'm gonna grab you a euro and some fries, unless you want something else." And I didn't respond to her because I'm a terrible boyfriend and I was working. And she brought me food anyway because she's wonderful.
This one's already open.
Moss wants a couple pairs of those fiber and red glasses. Trade you 4 Cloud Ray sets for 2 red ones.
Yeah, no. Maybe we'll do a giveaway for some no IR eyewear. That would be cool.
Yeah, we'll have to do that at some point. That'll be awesome.
People would be
I've heard okay things about Cloud Ray's glasses though, and I know a lot of laser manufacturers actually use them as like their OEM glasses to send with the lasers that they sell. So they couldn't be terrible. I don't have a way of testing them, and I've never had a pair in my hands. But
could be terrible.
Huh? I mean,
it could be terrible.
It could be. We don't have a way of testing them. There's no possible way we could buy that equipment.
Maybe we can mail them to Chris and make Chris do it.
Okay, so Chris has obviously equipment, but does he have equipment that's set up to do that kind of testing?
Yeah, it's specifically designed to measure the optical density of laser wavelengths. So he puts a material in front of a laser, and then it takes a measurement and says OD6, OD5, you know?
Yeah, I think he said
it only goes up to 6, his equipment.
Yeah.
And he said it's like $4 million. So
it's so stupidly expensive. Yeah.
Of like how
you can imagine going higher than that would cost exponentially more.
Yeah. At least if he measured up to OD6, we could say, well, these glasses aren't fake. You know, like they actually have some laser wavelength optical density to them. It's not just tinted acrylic.
Yeah.
I think there was a live stream he was on where he was like, yeah, anything up to like, OD4 or better, I would say would be, that would be something I put my eyes in front of. That was his, non-expert opinion from an expert. If anybody knows, it's going to be Chris,
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He said, Cuban Crack, Ron said, the Laser Star came with a weird reskin of EasyCAD 2. So for 2 months, he was looking for that, not knowing it was an EasyCAD 2 thing. Yeah, that's pretty common, actually. So not only are there EasyCAD 2 reskins, like, just randomly, but there's all that use the actual boards, but then there's also clone boards with clone software. And then you have, like, what is it, BSD? What's that software?
CCAD.
Yeah, thank you. Then there's CCAD, which is essentially the same thing, uses essentially a clone board.
If you ever found yourself in a position where you had a clone board and clone software and you were unable to use Lightroom with that clone board, I would literally just spend the $200, $250 on an EasyCAD 2 board and just rip the controller out and put the EasyCAD 2 board in. If it's a 2-to-2, there would be zero soldering. The conversion would take 5 minutes, and then you could run Lightroom. And I think that would be well worth it.
Yep. Tacky wants to know if these are f-data lenses. Yep, they should be.
What, mine?
Yeah, his box of lenses are mixed right now. So he has all the CO2 Galvo, he's got all of the UV and the fiber he's been playing with. The yellow ones are the CO2. Does 3D fiber designs require a motorized tower as Z-axis? So this is a question I actually get a lot. What actually makes 3D is essentially you have a motorized Z-axis controlled through the controller specifically, as well as a motorized 3D head.
Or a motorized lens assembly. Because that's the thing. Yeah.
Either way, you usually have two Z-axis adjustable points. Usually it's the tower and the head in some way. So, or you have 2.5D, which usually drops the 3D head for a 2D head, and then you have a motorized Z-axis through software. Specifically through software. And the purpose of that is it gives you the third dimension to work with in software. So not all of them are required for that. Like, you don't need to use how do I phrase this? A 3D laser doesn't always use the third dimension. You can laser in 2D as well, and that's what Alex does with his EasyCAD 3 machine, because he doesn't have a 3D head or a motorized Z. But the control boards are usually one of the expensive components at like $1,000 to $1,500, along with, if you're using EasyCAD 3, you get 5 activations, and then if you use those 5 activations on 5 different computers or reinstallations, then you have to buy 5 more, which is another $1,000.
3D Galvo is expensive.
The Galvo head's the majorly expensive component. You're talking between $3,000 and $10,000 for a Galvo head, because depending on the type of assembly you get for focal adjustment. So there's usually a lens inside, separate from the swappable lens, that adjusts the focus point going into the lens so that you get a different focus distance without moving the head physically. And that's what allows you to remain in focus across a pre-programmed path, which is what you would use the STL file for in a 3D software scenario.
Did you see Dawes Boss here?
Huh?
Dawes Boss asking if they can ask a question. Yes, always. Why we're here.
You just asked a question. Ask another one. And Buckshot says it is now Dunch or Linner. Yes, agreed. So I apologize. You guys get to see me eat French fries, but I'm hungry.
Dude, I love a good Linner.
Yes, that is correct, Anthony. I did get, she got me a Euro with no tomato and no onion because I have food sensitivities, and she got me some curly fries because she's wonderful and I love her.
Getting brilliant and Ceramark in Canada is unfeasible. Brilliant sells like an international shipping pack. I don't know if you've seen that.
You can also, if for whatever reason you have a problem getting them, you can go to Amazon.ca, right, for Canada. You should be able to get it on there, but if you can't, OM Tech also sells their version of it, the same stuff. Give that a try. I've never tested it. I don't know how well it works by comparison, but I know that it's close to the Brilliance cost versus the Ceramark is like $100 a can. Brilliance is like 50-ish, 40 on sale. OM Tech's version of it is right around there as well. See if you can get that, because I know OM Tech is not mostly, but they're very popular through Amazon in North America. So give that a try. And you're using your 5-watt diode on stainless steel. You can do it real slow, real tight hatch lines.
I looked at an OMTech 80-watt MOPA, but it is EasyCAD 2, and I want to be lazy and not convert. Is that a thing? I know, dumb question. If you have EasyCAD 2, that means you don't have to convert.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what you're referring to.
EasyCAD 3.
Yeah. So you don't have to convert to use Lightburn, but if you're looking for 3D, then obviously that would be backwards.
Yeah. If you're looking for 3D, that's not the machine for you at all. Because even if you get a 3D board, it's not going to have any of the other components on it that are required to do 3D marking. So that should not be an option for you if you're looking to do 3D.
I will tell you this. It is far cheaper to buy a 3D machine from a reputable place than it is to build one or swap parts or retrofit it to be 3D. Just the head is so expensive to buy as a consumer. That it really shoots you in the foot to do it that way. So just buy it as a 3D machine if that's what you need. But 2D, EasyCAD 2 board, you're good to go. Just install Lightburn. It'll prompt you to install a driver. You're up and running. Donald wants to know why he should buy a Light Object Legend over another laser.
You get to deal with Marco, honestly. And the machine's his own design. It's just cool looking. Honestly, it's for the team though. You get the Light Object machines because you want to work with Light Object. There's no other reason more valid than that.
It's a pretty good value too. Like you're not paying a bad price for the quality of the machine.
Yeah, it's a middle road between like an Eon and an OMTech. You know,
yeah.
It's very, very average as far as cost and value go, and it's a high quality machine that you're getting for that price, and you get Light Object support.
The warranty service and the customer service you get is very good.
Yeah, like with Eons, and Eons have their place, but like with their compact units, like the Mirror 9 back there, another stellar machine, you're not getting that Z depth until you move into like the Novas and Supernovas, which are considerably more expensive than something like the Legend. So if you need a larger bay to work in, and the nicer Eons are out of your budget, the Legend fills that gap really nicely. So
yeah.
There's a lot of reasons. We're going to be covering all of those lasers in detail, kind of going forward here. Michael's working on the next Light Object video now, so we should have a bunch of details about that soon.
So Dawes responded with, "I don't know what a 3D laser is."
Oh, good. Then
that's okay.
Yeah.
You probably don't need it then. Getting a 3D laser is usually you get it because you need it. You don't normally go out of your way to get a 3D laser if you don't need it, because it is you're limited on software. You can only use it with the 3D software that it comes with, right? And then number two, you're adding a lot of layers of complexity to working with that laser for doing 3D. And there's a lot of barriers you kind of have to, like learning barriers you have to go through to deal with that. Taki wants you to remind him about the UV you have in the shop, EasyCAD 3 Lightburn. It is a Mactron Ingu EasyCAD 3 machine for Alex's. EasyCAD 3 in software, but it's set up as a 2D machine.
No, I don't want you to walk, man. It's like such a short drive. I walked it 2 or 3 times in the last.
I muted you, Alex. So yeah, it's an Ingu 5-watt with 3D board set up as 2D.
I will be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay. And then my UV is a 5-watt JPT with just the standard EasyCAD 2 control board running Lightburn. Can't you do 3D marks with Lightburn? You can do 3D sliced grayscale height maps in Lightburn. It's not true 3D with like an STL or .obj file. You're using an image file to generate something similar. You get 0 z-axis height control. So, for example, on something like a UV where you have such a small area of focus, if you're trying to go for depth, you're not going to get very far because you're going to very quickly run out of focus. You only get like 2 millimeters of focal range on like a 110 or a 150 lens. And on a 300 lens on a 5-watt, you're not going very far because it's just not enough power on glass, for example. So I've been running my Thunder laser for a year as a business. I have a client that wants lots of glasses done. I personally don't like using CO2 for glass. Should I get the Mactron UV? I mean, you have options for UV, right? You don't have to go with Mactron, but Mactron is great. But you're not going to get quality on a CO2 like you will on a UV for glass. That is totally accurate. Did I read LBX right? I am making some jigs and vacuum tables to bring with me. I can sell them as a vendor, right? Willie, if you're planning on doing anything as a vendor, reach out to Lightburn. You definitely want to make sure you discuss that with them ahead of time because you would need like a vendor space to do that. I've heard regular people using a regular CO2 laser on thick acrylic and just focusing 1 inch deep into it to make 3D designs. You can do it. It's not the same. For fiber, what is mid-tier? I bought an OM-Tech CO2 and want to make sure I don't shoot myself in the foot with having to do a lot of work on it. I know I heard y'all say you can't do work. Oh no, you can do work on it. An OM-Tech CO2 is fine. You'd need to put some time into it usually to get it tuned and squared away, but that's about it. It's not as ready out of the box as something like a Thunder or an Aeon or a light object or anything like that. The money you're saving getting that, you're trading that off with the time you need to invest to tune it and make sure everything is set up and working for, good quality. They're not bad machines, but it's a budget machine. Got to give it some love. Is 2D a board swap? I like Lightburn too much to want to go back. What do you mean 2D a board swap? Are you talking about UV? Alex's UV? He does have a 2D board ready to go to swap into his UV. But if you want to stick with Lightburn and EasyCAD 2, just stick with buying an EasyCAD 2 board with it. Don't go 3D. He does, yeah. He has it's a 3D board, but it's a non-motorized Z. It's manual, and he also has the standard head on it. So no 3D on that. It's just the software. no 3D functionality. Oh, you mean do work on the fiber to get it kind of squared away and set up? We've not had an OMTech fiber, so I can't really comment with any level of authority on how well they're set up from the factory. I know we're looking at getting some other brands in to test. The laser's only 100 watt. I'm about ready to finish up a review on as it sits. And I still have to do the UV and the CO2 galvo reviews with Matt. But the three of us are looking at a couple other brands similar to OMTech, though we haven't looked at OMTech directly for a fiber to review. In terms of the community, we've heard good and bad across the board. It depends on who you ask and what experience and use case they had. I would say ask in the Discord specifically about that machine if you want feedback on it. And you know what? I'll mention it now too. I've been working on a little bit of something special so that people in the community can share reviews based off the brand and model laser that they've purchased. That way we can kind of assemble that community information into a community-like review. And we can consolidate that information into one place for everyone. So I'm still working on it. It's still a bit of a project, but it should be something soon. So watch for an announcement on that, and I'll try and get that information consolidated as people submit it. Obviously, that's community information based, so I can only work with what's, people share. So people have to be willing to share to, allow that to be a thing. But as of now, what do you recommend for a mid-tier fiber? Matron is like the high end, as far as I'm concerned and Alex is concerned. They're really good. But where they go a step above and beyond is their fit and finish. For like a solid budget machine that you're paying a good value for and gives you all the important points of functionality and reliability and warranty, and you have somebody there to, answer a text message or an email when something breaks. They can get you a part quickly, and overnight or expedite ship it, air freight, whatever. Wisely's been good, and we finished a review on that, and we actually had a part fail on that, and they had it to me. I reported it on Friday, and it was here Monday. They shipped it out Saturday, airmail, and I was up and running literally Monday night. So that was pretty cool. The Pascal is great for budget fiber. Lasers only is great for budget fiber. And I'm saying budget fiber in the range of like 50 watt, maybe 30 watt if you don't need that much wattage. When you start going above 60 watts, the price is obviously going to start climbing, because the ones above 60 watt and above, you're talking M7 source. And those are more expensive than anything else, unless you go with like a Rakis or a Max with a limited frequency. If I was going to pay extra for like an 80 or 100 watt, I would definitely want like a JPT, maybe a GZ Tech. I would be willing to try out a GZ Tech at this point. Kyle, didn't you get a Cloud Ray 60 watt MOPA you're testing? How's it going? I did not get it yet. It is planned. We're supposed to get an update soon about that. We're looking into it. I actually don't know anything about what the machine is, though. All I know is we're looking into a Cloud Ray possibility for a review. So I don't know if it's going to be a 20 watt, a 30 watt, a 50 watt, a 60 watt, a 120 watt. I have no idea. Matt, however, will probably be doing a new review on a new machine that it's planned to be a 60 watt MOPA. So all three of us are going to be looking at doing reviews on something we haven't had our hands on before as a channel. So try to get their 20 watt M8. They have a 20 watt M8. That's interesting. I want to look that up. I didn't know they had the M8s. A lot of brands don't carry them or don't have their hands on them yet. I thought MOPA was better than JPT. It's not the same thing. So JPT is a brand, MOPA is a type. So you, for the brands, right? The big brands for fiber, you have JPT, you have Max, and you have Rakis. Those are kind of the big three from the last 10 or 15 years or whatever it's been. You have a fourth brand that just came in, GZ Tech, which is apparently a lot of people who came over from JPT and other companies working together to try something a little bit different. Then you also have IPG, which is like a German brand, but they're also very expensive, in some cases prohibitively expensive. So at least in terms of remaining budget friendly, we usually we only hear about those four brands. MOPA is it's an acronym, but it's an acronym that falls under, it's a descriptor for fiber lasers. Not every fiber laser is a MOPA, but some are. And in the case that they are, what it allows them to do is carry adjustable quantities of power in it's a different way of adding power in and charging each pulse. So you can set the laser to say 50% power, but you can adjust your pulse width, or at least it's an adjustable pulse width MOPA fiber laser. There are some fiber lasers that are MOPA that don't have an adjustable pulse width. That would be like the JPT LP series. So like the 50 watt, for example, is technically a MOPA laser, even though it doesn't have an adjustable pulse width. But I'm digressing. There's chaos there. There's a lot of information. But yes, JPT is a brand. MOPA is a style of fiber laser, or an add-on to what a fiber laser can have. $3,600. Interesting. Would help if I could type. I kind of want to take a look at that. Huh. Interesting. May just have to ask them about that. This is the first major brand I've seen with a M8 source, which, if you guys don't know, the M8 series of fiber laser sources from JPT is a different series from the M7. They're not really, they don't have the same use case. Thank you. CO2 is easier for me to understand. No problem. There's terminology and different stuff that kind of fits into every type of laser. So there's different complexities and different topics depending on what you're looking at. CO2 has some complicated topics too, which you may have just had more exposure to. So that's okay. No problem. Yes, JPT is a great laser source. I am personally, I've had contact now with all three brands. I've had that 20 watt max. I have the 30 watt Raycus in the Makira here. And then I've had the 60 and 100 watt JPT. I'd really like to try a GZ Tech source sometime too. I know Alex has one that they sent him for the fiber laser build series that we were looking at starting at some point. But I wouldn't mind finding a brand that has started including them as an offering. That would be cool. Interesting. It looks like the M8 is kind of like an all-in-one unit too. It's a small enough source that they kind of fit everything into that box, kind of like a UV would be. Unless they're just not picturing a second box. $2,350. Yep, I'll shoot you an email, Cuban. We'll figure something out. It's an AONA split. Yeah, that's cool. So that might be really cool for somebody looking to do like portable stuff too. And I'm pretty sure, at least, I don't know what it would be comparatively, because they do have a spec sheet. They don't have a millijoule rating though. I think that would be maybe a differentiating factor too, where a 20 watt may be able to do a little bit more on the M8. I don't know. I know those kind of crazy glass cutting videos that you see on the M8 sources. Those are 100 watt M8 sources cutting glass. So just for context. And it's like a very specific type of glass. Hi, Miranda. And babies. Alex is on the phone with his wife and kitties. What do you think a good used price would be for a used 30 watt Raycus source? I have no idea. Etching glass. Okay, that's interesting. I'll have to check that out. So a 30 watt brand new, and it would depend on if you have the QB or the Q source. The QB source is $670 new from Wavetop, and the Q source is $1,000 brand new from Wavetop. So less than that would be my guess if you were going to sell it. So you'll have to figure out which source model you have and compare.
I think to get people to bite on used sources, you really have to sell them for like half price.
Yeah.
At best, like if it's in perfect condition.
Yeah. If it was like the QB where brand new it's $670, selling it for half price might not be worth the shipping, depending on where you're sending it to, and the risk to the fiber optics. Might be worth just holding on to it as a backup. According to manufacturers, it's not a particular type of glass. They use household glass under engravable substrates. Interesting. I've always been told it's like borosilica, something or other subset of glass. But maybe we'll get a chance to try that someday. Did you know CloudRay has a 20-watt M8 on sale?
No.
They have a 20-watt M8 laser for $3,600.
Is it an all-in-one?
Yeah.
Put on the screen.
Everything's in like where the laser path would be. That little box.
Let me see it. Pull it up.
I will share my screen. Check that out.
Oh, yeah, look at it. Well, tiny little thing. What stats do they give for peak pulse output power?
I was looking. I didn't see it actually.
Yeah, that's the confusing thing about these. 4,000 kilohertz. It would be interesting to try one out. I really want a specific list of stats on one, and I've not been able to conjure that.
I may have to reach out to some contacts for some information.
Yeah.
See what we can dig up. Anthony said the GG Tech had their 20-watt M8 source listed at $6,000.
Well, it wouldn't really be an M8 though, right? Because
it would be a GZ Tech equivalent, I guess.
Maybe. Yeah, because M8 is a JPT thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sitting in the box over there too. I haven't touched that since we unboxed it. It's just sitting there.
I was telling him we got the GZ Tech in for the build.
Yep.
Maybe we can work on that later this year.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. I had a case lined up. I was talking to Kevin over at BJJCZ about getting an EasyCAD board for it. We had a contact at Sino Galvo who signed up for the marketplace to vend there. I have to start knocking on those doors again to see if we can get those kind of like sponsored parts together to get the build going.
Yeah.
It's not that I would ever recommend anybody actually build one of these lasers. It's more for education, just to, if you can see how it's put together and understand why the parts are going in, you're better prepared to operate.
Well, for comfort and maintenance too, right?
Yeah.
Seeing how it goes together and what goes into building one gives you an idea of like, oh, this broke and I need to rip it apart and fix it, or I need to buy a new one.
It's not like a money thing. It's not like save money by building your own. You're never going to save money. It would be. That's why I'm having these people send the parts that we're using for the build, because individually, I mean, you just get crushed on it.
Yeah. It's more of like a labor of love, or you just want to build it yourself for the fun of it kind of thing. You're going to invest far more into it.
The value is an educational value by far.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a confidence, like you said, a confidence value.
What's the difference between EasyCAD 2 Lite and EasyCAD 2? Mostly it's external access support. So with a full-fledged EasyCAD 2 board, I think you get 3 external accesses or something like that.
2.
Yeah, whatever. And with the Lite board, you usually get 0 or 1, depending on which board. The other thing is through EasyCAD 2 Lite, you're also sometimes associated to EasyCAD 2 Lite software, which might software block you from certain things like wobble, for example. So in some cases, it's also an arbitrary way for them to remove that as a functionality in favor of selling you a cheaper board. However, with those boards on Lightburn, you get wobble functionality back, so it's kind of irrelevant. So mostly, to answer your question, it's generally related to external access support if you want like an XY table or something besides a rotary.
XY tables, why?
I may be looking at one of those at some point.
I'm not. You know what I'm going to be looking into instead? One of OMTech's fiber gantry machines.
I thought you were going to say EasyCAD 3.
No, OMTech's fiber gantry machines, bro. Have you seen those things?
I saw that they pulled them off of Amazon.
Oh, really? Well, then maybe I'm not getting one of those. Because they don't sell them on their website, right?
I've never seen one on their website. You may have to
Why that?
contact
I'm
them.
probably even going to ask them to send it because OMTech's never sent me anything. But I was just going to buy it with cash, and I'm glad that I didn't because we wouldn't have been able to recoup the expense on that if they're not being sold anymore.
Yeah. Dan Kyle, is that a trick with your camera, or do you have a 3-foot tower on that CO2 galvo behind you? It's not a trick.
It's big.
That is a 700 millimeter. That is a 700 millimeter tower on that CO2 galvo. And it also, I have a 200 millimeter set of risers for it too. If, just I get a hankering to knock my head onto it or something.
Engrave a fucking keg.
Like a wine barrel.
Standing on its head.
Yeah. This up next, a 300 millimeter project mark onto a wine barrel. CO2 galvo.
Kind of boss.
Oh my gosh. So yes, it is a big tower. It is okay. For context, here's a fun comparison. That 700 millimeter tower weighs more than the entirety of the comm marker I sent Matt. There's some context. It's beefy and it's designed to hold that 100-pound freaking RF tube like it's nothing.
It's about half the weight and length of Kyle's dingus.
You've gone too far.
I just work here. Don't they make any lens bigger for fiber laser than 300 millimeter? They do. You just require a larger galvo head. They're super expensive and they're meant for industrial purposes. So unless you are running an industrial operation, you have no use for it. It would be insanely expensive.
Yeah. So the bigger 400 millimeter fiber lenses have a much bigger input diameter on the back of the lens. And with that, you also need a bigger head because the mirrors need to be able to carry that larger beam into the lens. It's a different setup. It's very, very costly. And I can't think of a single use case where a normal person would need it without a very, very specialized use case. And you would also need a very high wattage laser to drive that to do anything productive. No, I don't need to get a step ladder out to adjust it. It's motorized.
What are you doing, step ladder?
Oh my God. I just want to try massive sines and foes with the fiber. 300 is pretty big, man. A foot by a foot is huge.
That's what she said.
I mean, I did this with a 300. Spoilers for a future video again. Yeah, that's right. DM'd you the spec sheet on the GZ 20 watt. Thank you, bud. I will check that out. I am curious. I love Tron. We all love Tron. That is an interesting question, Donald. We'll wait for Alex to come back and we'll chat about that one. Just going to mute that for a minute so we don't nuke anybody's ears.
Did I hear my name?
Yes. So Donald says, taking away the money factor, would you buy a Thunder Nova 51 or a Light Object Legend, both being 130 watt? For starters, I would take into account the bed size when you're talking about something that big, because the Legend's huge and so is the Nova 51. So how big do you need? And are they the same size? I do not know.
If you're just asking me to compare brands, I can't because I've never had a Thunder laser before, and we probably never will have a Thunder laser because they don't have an affiliate program. Just being honest, there's a bunch of taxes involved when you get free equipment that size, and they're more than happy to send us a laser, but there's no way to have the channel earn revenue off of having it here in the shop. So it would be a massive multi-$1,000 liability for one of us to accept it, and then it would just, that would be it. It would just be a cost, and we can't absorb that cost right now because we have so much staff. We're paying so many people to help make the channel better. We frankly just can't afford it. So unless they change something about how they compensate content creators, we probably won't have one. So I don't feel qualified to answer that question because I simply haven't used their machines, unfortunately.
Yeah. I've also never had my hands on the Thunder. Yeah. I would, without taking into account any kind of differences between the machines aside from like
I'm sure they're great. People, a lot of people swear by them. You know, I just don't. I can't give an opinion.
Yeah.
I've used the Legend. It's sick. You know, I can't. I'm not gonna vouch for the Thunder just because it's popular, but I'm not gonna say that it's garbage either. So.
Yeah, we just don't know.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that swear by them. I'm sure it's fine. It's gonna come down to your individual taste, your budget. Like Kyle said,
yeah, you just got to look at your needs. Does it have the, another thing is Z-axis, right? So how much space do you, like how thick of something are you going to put in there? That's another factor that people forget about when they're shopping for CO2 gantries.
I think an important factor is that I know the first name of every single employee that works at Light Object. Every single one. And I don't know a single name of anybody that works at Thunder. And they've offered me many free machines. I couldn't tell you a single one of their names. I've never been invited to visit. I don't have any of their equipment, obviously, as I've covered multiple times. So that's a factor, you know. Light Object, great people, really easy to get in touch with. You don't see a lot of reviews on Light Object because they're not a national company. Light Object is very specifically was born to serve their local market in the Sacramento, California, Northern California area. They never had huge plans to be like an online retailer of these machines. I just really liked their stuff when I went and saw it because I was there. This is back the first time when I went. And I was like, guys, you need to like let people know you're here. I mean, they already have a huge web store set up. They sell a ton of really great stuff, lasers aside, that's just like really useful. So a lot of that's my fault for pushing light objects into the spotlight. I mean, they didn't ask for that. I'm just really impressed with them, and I enjoy their company.
They do good work. Their team is awesome.
Yeah.
And they have good work ethic.
Yeah, they have 6 employees. 6. So, you know.
Doss says, can I send a CloudRay offering and ask your opinion on it? Mainly want to make sure this is a MOPA that will give me the most knobs to turn. Tell me what model you're looking at on the site, because YouTube won't let you send a link, and we can give you feedback based on the specs, but we haven't had a CloudRay machine in to look at, so we can't really give you like a review sample to go by. But you almost Linus Tech Tips to yourself.
Almost. Dude, check this out really quick. This is every single lens. I don't know if you can see it down there. That's every single lens that I own, all lined up on that shelf.
It's a bigger collection than me, I think.
There's a lot of lenses down there. That row on the left is UV. The 2 in the middle are the single layer CO2 galvo, and then the 2-layer CO2 galvo compound lenses. And then the ones on the right are all fiber. That's it. I just wanted to brag about having a lot of lenses, because I think it's cool to see all that glass lined up.
Yeah.
Okay. Ignore me. Go back to what we were doing. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Alex, Will says Alex is blind as a bat glasses, trying to overcompensate with laser lenses.
They aren't that bad. They're not that bad.
My prescription is way worse than yours. Holy
Yours made me want to throw up when I put them on. Like, I literally felt nauseous when I put your glasses on.
I mean, they're not bottle caps, but they're not great either. Where am I
Oh
looking
shit,
at?
I have this too, dude.
Is that the one that came with the OMTech?
Those, the Eon ones, like the stock one.
Oh, okay.
The little, like, movie rolly wheel thing. Let's try that.
Add that to the mix.
Oh shit.
Donald says, "Thanks, Alex. I ordered it today and I feel better."
What?
He was who you were talking to about light object.
Oh shit.
So I think
The legend?
you ordered light object. Yeah, Donald, let us know if you ordered the legend you were asking about.
Dude, the legend is fucking tight, dude. That's such a nice machine.
Bitmap says Thunders are supposed to be a fast gantry, but speed needs more power depending on what you're doing. It's not just about more power too; it's about response times. When you start getting up into that, like over 800 millimeter per second speed range, glass tubes don't like responding that fast, and you're getting into like RF tube gantry territory. MP60 light marker, 60 watt split. DAD. I'll take a look. Give me one sec.
Dude, I want to turn this on so bad. I've never even turned it on. Please sit nicely.
Sorry. Here's what we're looking at. So DOS Boss or Grant MP60. So with this, you're getting a 60 watt JPT source. That's shipping. We want, there we go. Brand Cloud Array MP60. 60 watt JPT M7. So that's good. We're very familiar with that source. Alex has had the C series. I've had the E series. And Matt will probably be getting his hands on an E series 60 watt soon. Actually, it's an E series. So perfectly fine model. At least in terms of spec sheet. It's a 2D machine with a manual tower. So that's totally normal. D80 rotary, pretty standard. What I wish they had, they do. They have a 4-pin rotary, which means it's 2-phase. So I've looked at their spec sheet before on their lasers, and I don't think they have it written anywhere, but I'm glad they have this photo because now we know that it's a 2-phase driver in that machine, which means it's probably going to be similar or compatible to if you have a CO2. And it's a very common connector. Super easy to find rotaries for if you wanted like a roller rotary or like a pie burn or a rotary boss or whatever. You got options. The power port on that is a proprietary connector, which is fine because it's just for power. But that's about that. And yeah. Is that a 800 millimeter tower? They gave us images for this stuff, so I can't really text search. See access manual. I'm gonna guess that's an 800 millimeter tower based off this measurement, and it's not just over. Yeah, it's from there to there. Yeah, you get an 800 millimeter tower with that, so that's awesome.
800,
that makes sense.
That's a bizarre size.
700 and 800 is pretty normal, but I think it's because it comes with a 300 millimeter lens stock, so that makes sense because with a 300 millimeter lens, you would almost be capping out a standard 500 millimeter tower. On paper, this looks great. Full disclosure, we haven't reviewed anything from Cloud Array, so we don't know firsthand what their machines are like internally. But on paper, it looks great. You may want to grab additional lenses. Just a heads up on that. Because a 300, while it's going to do great for some stuff, you're going to need like a 110 or even a 200, just something a little more aggressive and smaller to get into certain metals like copper. A 60 watt has the power, but it doesn't have the dot size going through that 300 millimeter lens. So depending on what you're working on, just heads up. And Donald says, yes, Light Object Legend is what I ordered. Can't wait. You guys should get commissions. I mean, we get affiliate like links through some brands and others not so much. Some brands. Yeah, that's what the LMA is for. Supports us in what we do. It's not really about making money as long as we, we're here to help. So as long as you're getting a machine that you like and works for you, that's what matters to us. Because ultimately, we don't want you to, get a machine that's horribly wired and has a rat's nest if you have to go in there to fix something. and it's a nightmare wire job, I mean, obviously that makes your life difficult. And if we're trying to help you, that makes our life difficult, right? Or in the case that it's so poorly wired that it causes a fire risk, that's a problem by itself. So that's why we review stuff, but obviously we can't review everything. Moss says, yep, it's the version 800 millimeter tower. He got that one, and he bought several lenses, all the lenses. So excellent. I don't think Alex is ever going to be finished with his shop. I hate to tell you. It will always be in flux.
What?
Your shop will always be in flux.
I don't know. I'm going to try not to move anything after we build the studio. I just confirmed today with the landlord that that's happening. And so I'm going to try not to touch it too much after that. Try.
I think that's wishful thinking.
Here we are.
I know you too well.
I know.
It's okay though. Yeah, Moss, if you've dug into the internals, if you could give us some ideas on what the quality of the wiring was and what you saw. Like I said, at some point I do plan on trying to get my hands on a Cloud Ray unit for review. We are in talks with them to try and make something happen. No guarantees, of course, but it's an accessible brand. So we're trying to get coverage on it to help you guys out. Honestly, only had it since January and never opened it up, but it's been flawless in terms of
Is
function.
this the foam that's okay to engrave?
I can't really see it.
What's it called? The stuff. I bought you some.
EVA foam?
Yeah.
Some EVA foams are okay and some are not. We'll go through how to figure that out later. It'll be fine. Willie says he just got a 12 by 34 barn loft. He's working on insulating, getting everything moved in. So I'm looking at maybe doing something similar. Probably not that big though. I actually looked into the brand that you got yours from. Unfortunately, they don't go this far north. That's a pretty blue.
Yeah, isn't that nice? This came with the D1 Pro like material kit.
It's awesome.
I don't know what this stuff is though. Look at that. That's weird.
Is it like laser paper?
Something like that. Just gonna leave that in the bag for now. Oh, more Romark. Shocker. Oh, dude. It's the
Mirror Romark.
It's the mirror Romark.
Mirror acrylic.
Oh, I want to play with this so bad. That's so cool, dude.
I think I have a similar sheet, like identical sheet here of that.
Yeah. Oh, there's more of that beautiful Romark Naturals.
I love the wood look.
You can see the texture really well on that one.
Cuban says, is the red and black OMTech the newer one or the blue and gray the newer one for CO2 gantry? I believe
they're both newer. I think the blue ones are typically autofocus and the red ones are typically manual. But that's not always.
Yeah.
There's exceptions to that.
Yeah. It depends on the series you're looking at. So like the series of red and black that Alex got, red was manual focus for the most part. On the newer one, I don't know what it is, but the models that they're selling now with the upgraded glass and stuff, like it's more of a smoky gray, and it has a different top or a different enclosure to it. Those are a newer series. Same internals as far as I know, but it looks pretty. Is this the longest Friday live day ever? Not even close. No. No. The longest Friday live day ever, I think, was like 14 hours.
Yeah, it was about 14 hours.
And
It's a very long time since we've gotten to just sit and hang out like this. But
yeah, that was before I was even a mod. I think
it was.
I think I was just trying to help out in Discord.
Back when the channel was brand new. I think that one's actually still on the LMA. If you actually want to sit and watch it for 14 hours.
I was there the first time around.
Rubber, dude.
I want to mess with some rubber.
Rubber is cool. It smells, but it does cool shit. Did you watched the whole D1 Pro review, right?
Yeah.
See the stamp? Like that came out really good.
That's
really
what
surprised.
I want. I want to do some of that on the CO2 gantry.
Stamp? Yeah.
It just seems like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Damn, should have went the blue and gray then. Nah, it's not that big of a deal. It's just different series. And to be honest, it sat in a crate. You bought it new. It's not like...
I think honestly, I think it depends on like just what paint is available and what factory they're coming from on any particular day. I don't think it actually makes a difference.
They're gonna do the same thing. It's just an aesthetic difference.
It's just garbage.
My with the exception of my blue poo, that doesn't do everything normal. I had to rebuild half of that, and it needs some finishing. Depends on China OM Tech or US OM Tech also. Unless you're contacting OM Tech through like AliExpress or Alibaba, you're dealing with US OM Tech probably. So I don't know if that's as big of a factor, but they do import all their machines from the same place. I intuitively set up with no instructions and installed drivers in Lightburn via LE, and it just worked. Came in a decent crate. I'm in Washington State. It's good to know, and also good to know that the our crash course and everything was a direct fit for you. Always nice. A lot of people don't like autofocus gantry. It will bury the nozzle into the honeycomb if you're not careful. That is a factor. So the pro tip I have to that is don't use autofocus on small objects. The autofocus pen thing that needs to touch the object needs to be able to hit the object surface. And if you're trying to autofocus to something that's only this big, it's not realistic, especially if you're burying it way deep into the gantry and you're leaning over to reach it. So your increased odds of failure there are kind of a direct result of what you're engraving on. So
I don't know if I can get this to focus properly, but this was one of the best photos I've ever done on an organic ever.
I remember that stock photo.
And it was on the D1 Pro, and there's so much detail in it. It's just outrageous. Well, let's see if we get the camera focus. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
The DPI you ran that out was pretty crazy too.
It was like multiple hundreds, which is unheard of on the CO2.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just crazy to look at, especially in person. I wish I had my better camera.
Buckshot says Friday cold ones, Kyle. No, it's room temperature, but it's also brought to you by Canada Dry Blackberry Ginger Ale. Yeah. No, I don't really drink, actually. Neither does Alex. I drink soda, which is a terrible habit. Sugar is terrible for you. But Canada Dry Blackberry Ginger Ale works wonders for my stomach. I also like the cranberry. They're both really good. Normal ginger ale is okay too. Just, that little bit extra flavor is nice.
Look at this rubber.
What is that? Oh, that's rubber too?
Yeah, I think this came from.
With 3M on the back.
I think it came from a Cloud Ray sample pack. Really weird, kind of bizarre. Oh, this is all the real deal, dude, right here.
Oh,
Sounds
yeah.
like a fucking men's section at Macy's. Mm.
I was going to say 90s pocketbook section at Macy's.
Yeah.
Will says he cut some foam rubber for gun cases. It worked great. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, Kyle, where's the meat at? He stopped. It's still sitting. I haven't touched it. At this point, I would call it's in the aging process. Buckshot says, cheers, I'll drink your Sharon beer. Works for me. I can't mess with this stuff anymore. I have too many issues. I will, however, brew my own mead and cider and drink that on occasion in very limited moderation. Buckshot says he'll drink your Sharon beer too. Oh boy, trouble tomorrow.
Yeah, and mine.
Yeah.
You
can have both of our shares. Willie says he loves real leather. He knows everyone complains about the smell, but it looks so much better. Yeah. It'll do something to your sinuses. Leatherette isn't quite as bad on the smell, but there is a smell to that too, even though it's fake. Which is probably why it's fake.
Chill, please.
Anthony DM'd me the specs on the GZ Tech M8 equivalent. So I'm going to pull that up. In case anybody's curious.
Go.
So 20 watt average power, 0.2 to 500 nanosecond pulse width, which is pretty crazy. Yep. 150 max pulse energy. don't know what the conversion would be from a kilowatt to a millijoule.
I don't think that's a direct conversion, bro.
Yeah. So max pulse energy on a 20 and 30 watt, or let's just keep it consistent. A C series 20 watt M7 is 0.8 millijoules. And the max pulse energy on the GZ Tech one is 150 kilowatts for the same field. Yeah, I don't know if that's directly comparable either, but that's all we got to go on.
Bro, you know when you get furniture and they give you an Allen key or like a crappy bendable wrench? This is all of them that I've ever gotten. I've just been throwing them in this cup.
Never tried blackberry, cranberry ginger ale with vodka is my favorite. Hate that it's seasonal though. Fun fact: I've been buying 12-pack of cranberry like every other week for the last 6 months.
It's real good.
Cranberry ginger ale used to be seasonal, I think, but I think Canada Dry wised up and saw that there was demand year round for it. So I think it's still available like normal. At least I'm still getting it in my local stores. Like there's deliveries every week of it. So
Here's a little laser everything throwback.
oh yeah.
We were the first people to do that in a meaningful way.
So is Alex's shop part of his house, or is it's separate? His shop is physically separate in a different location. That picosecond pulse duration is impressive. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Sub 2. Like 1 to 2 millisecond pulse width has been the lowest I've seen up until now. So that's crazy. Give you some crazy control over power. Yeah, the higher wattage ones lose a lot of duration flexibility because of the way that they're tuned, and obviously that does have an impact on the actual fibers used to connect the diode to the fiber to the end of the output and etc. So I still have a bunch of tables and toolboxes I need to move into mine. I was going to do it today, but it's raining cats and dogs. Yeah, moving tools and heavy stuff in the rain is not fun, especially when it's heavy and made of metal. Moss says 3 millijoules is 150 kilowatts.
Dude, it's a sign.
I got some of that coming.
Glow in the dark?
Not glow in the dark. I've read that glow in the dark stuff will chew through your nozzles though. It'll like eat them the brass away. They're like super abrasive.
It's the only one I had.
That's okay. We just get you some extra brass nozzles.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. So Moss says 3 millijoule is equal to 150 kilowatt in terms of the max pulse energy. So if that's accurate, this 20 watt source from GZ Tech has more millijoule throughput than my 60 watt.
That's a BB gun.
That's friggin' crazy.
This is a real AK-47 flat. Cool.
That's crazy. Okay. Cranberry and 7-Up is your yearly Christmas drink? Yeah, cranberry 7-Up is pretty good. Cranberry Sprite. I like my cranberry ginger ale, though. Yeah. So for context, yeah, that's exactly right, Bitmap. The 80 watt is 2 millijoule. The E-Series ones are usually 1.5 ish, depending on the model. When you start looking at Max and Raycus sources or non-MOPA sources, the pulse millijoule significantly drops, like to 0.8. So for the low model on the newer sources to be 3 millijoule or thereabouts is crazy, if that's accurate. Sorry, kilowatt hour. I'm not an electrician. I don't know the difference, man. Gonna be honest.
Me either.
Electricity confuses me.
Me too.
I know enough to not get myself into trouble and lose what remaining hair I have. That's about it.
Look how thick these are, dude. I want to get this on one of those rotaries under the UV. My light
Do
bulb.
it. Is your Macron wired for the 4-pin? The 2-phase 4-pin?
Yep, sure is.
So it pretty much all of your machines are 4-pin then, with the exception of the Aeon is the 4-pin plus 2.
Like the CO2 Galvo is 3-phase for some fucking reason. Everything else is 4-pin. And then, yeah, the Eon is the GTX 16 6-pin.
Okay. I actually have to double check all my machines because I want, if they're not the same, I want to change them over so they are the same, which means I'm also going to be buying 4-pin aviation connectors like crazy, probably. But I'm pretty sure my CO2 Galvo is 4-pin. My CO2 gantry doesn't have wiring for rotary. I don't remember what the Wisely is on the back. I just leave the rotary connected. And the 100 watt, I'm pretty sure is 4-pin. And the UV, I don't remember. For some reason, I think it's 3-pin 3-phase. I could be wrong. I will have to validate. If it is, after I review it, I will probably be changing it for ease of use. Anthony says, one might say electricity is shockingly confusing. That is very accurate. Yeah. What do you guys got going on today? Who's doing what out there? We got a top-down view of the Mingdo over there.
Yeah.
You excited to get into that, man?
I mean, I'm not excited to get into this specific one. I'm very grateful for 3D Print Farm for sending it to me. It was very nice of him.
It's going to be a good starter unit.
You think? I feel like it's outdated now, and it's not. Like, it's going to be more difficult on me than it needs to be.
It really isn't going to be.
Yeah.
It's when it comes to 3D printing stuff, at least again, as a newcomer to the space too. But there's always going to be a new machine, but the technology hasn't really changed a whole lot.
Yeah.
A lot of the changes that you see are software driven related, and software limited. So as the software gets better, you can do more stuff with it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing about firmwares too, is you can change that stuff.
For sure.
Ma says it's cool to see Alex nesting. The good life.
Trying. I just want to
John,
get back to making good content for you guys. I feel like I haven't done a video of the shop in a really long time. It's impossible to do anything in here with things the way they are right now. So I'm trying to fix it.
yeah. John said he just bought Lightburn using an Orfero laser 1 with cutting laser. Very cool, man. Lightburn is an enormous quality of life improvement. So you'll enjoy it. If you haven't already gotten the hang of it rather, you will very soon. Just give it some time, play with it, and you'll feel right at home with it. And Bitmap is playing with the rotary and the UV. Very cool. Moss is waiting for the wife to get home, chilling. A few days of lasering, doing some bills, dishes, laundry. Not much more besides grocery shopping. That's cool. It's weekend time to chill. And Willie just got an email. His RF tube, his V40, is in the mail, headed back. So you can get going on that 2 foot by 3 foot calibration. Very cool, man. I can't wait to see that thing getting working for you.
Too much. Not ready.
Very cool buckshot. Got a stainless steel piece. He was engraving earlier with an axe head with the text that said, "And my axe," from Gimli. I love the Lord of the Rings reference. Grant says he's at the order screen for that cloud ray. I'm scared. I can send you an affiliate link for that laser if you want. John, yeah. John says Lightburn and Orfero bought thanks to LE Crew. Been following you all for a while. Finally getting into my first CNC. Anything is exciting. Yeah. The Orfero is a good diode laser to start with, too. I was really impressed with it when I was up there with Alex. It's scary, and I bought the enclosure, too. Yeah.
Fuck.
Drop a glass.
Yeah, drop it glass.
Rip glass.
What?
Said rip glass.
Rip glass. It was one of these. It was a bummer because these are pretty cool. But
Yeah, that's cute.
wasted.
Rip.
What, dude? Cleaning. you frozen, Kyle, or are you looking for something very
Oh, I was
concentrated?
reading. Oh, Willie hit us with $10. Says next drink is on me. Thank you, Willie.
Thanks, Willie.
Appreciate it, bud. Hope it stops raining so you can enjoy your shop move again. We're supposed to be getting rain up here too, actually, which is part of the reason why I'm not smoking my dinner right now. I got a pork butt to throw in the smoker, and I can't really, or I should say, don't really want to do that in the rain. Because that's not fun. Yeah, that's how that works, Bitmap. As you progressed to more lasers, each one got smaller, less power, more money. So yeah, that's the thing with UV. It's going to seem like such a low wattage, but that's the high end, the ultra high end, like the 120 watt fiber equivalent, but not equivalent, is like a 10 watt or a 15 watt UV. With a diode, it's completely different wattage range. Just how it goes. Right in there too. Pork butts and taters. Ran up there in Toronto. Yeah. It's a rainy day.
Dude, you know what else I just found that I never got around to?
What?
The tumbler, bro.
Oh yeah, dude. We got a, well, I guess I did film a coin video, an entry-level coin video with 0 finishing techniques on it. But it also took an hour and 20 minutes because I didn't want to crank it and I wanted a finished coin when I took it off the laser.
You should do another one with like no clean passes and then send it to me and I'll tumble it and we can compare.
We could do that, but I could also crank the power up. It doesn't have to be as clean. I can go more power and do it faster, rip into it harder. We could do that. What's the time difference comparison? And the finished surface comparison. It'd be cool to see.
Well, things need to tumble for like 8 to 12 hours at least. I mean,
yeah, when it comes to pork butts, I usually use hickory wood, Dijon mustard, salt and pepper. I don't go crazy. Let it smoke for 12 to 18 hours, depending on the size. And got me some good pulled pork. Maybe one day I'll do a video on that for a whatever other channel we end up making. Buckshot says, Kyle, that stream last week was awesome. It was so satisfying watching that coin job run. It was fun. Figured it was a cool time to kind of share it, so why not? And kind of special for something for the people who watch live, since the podcasts are going to audio only. So the video on that isn't going to be seen anywhere else, except for the video that I end up making about coins anyway. You got a whole Ryobi kit over there, dude.
Yeah, I've got my soldering station, my rotary station, flashlight, impact driver, power drill, hot glue gun, and sawzall. And I think I have a couple more somewhere that I'm not finding at the moment. But yeah, dude.
Ooh,
Yeah.
your internet just pooped itself for a second.
Oh, I said it's making me sad because I bought them with Jimmy.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
I know he was proud of you for that soldering station.
he was. It's a good kit too.
Yeah.
Dude, bro, remember this? It's that super nice Kaiwi
The
multimeter.
Yep,
Yeah.
the multimeter.
I love this thing. I've missed my tools, dude. I haven't had them for so long. And I keep needing them at home too. And I'm like, oh, well, they're fucking all shot. And then I just don't end up getting it, or I get some crappy facsimile to keep at home. Like, good shit is here.
Yeah. How's your garbage pile doing?
It is growing. Nope.
No,
Wait a second.
not right this second.
The shelves are looking nice, though. They're actually looking organized for a moment. Oh, that one's still taped in place.
Camera swap. There, we'll make you bigger so everyone can see. Yeah, it's looking way better.
That's kind of the point. I've got an HD.
Buckshot says 100%. He's been a podcast listener for 6 months now. Thank you, buddy. And got the episode where LETV was mentioned, and he's been here for the past 2 weeks waiting for lives. There you go. Well, we've been doing less and less lives because of all the projects, the upkeep, the marketplace, the everything we've got going on kind of eats away at our free time where we can do unstructured stuff like that. But we're trying to do a little bit when we can. So it's fun to hang out. I think Alex froze again, so we'll give him a minute there. Oh, Alex lost connection. So in your printing business, do you do just laser or do you have sublimation or other services? Are you talking to me, Willie, or Alex, or somebody in chat? Just want to make sure I understand. You've watched the AirPods episode like 10 plus times now. That was a lot of fun to film. We had a lot going on there, but a lot of good, useful info. Both. So I actually don't have, I'm not currently operating a printing or lasering business. So Alex stuck to just lasers. He does have a Cricut, but I don't think he was using it for the business. I think everything he was doing was very specifically laser marking, either CO2 gantry, fiber, UV, or CO2 galvo. I don't do it as a business. I just make stuff for friends, do projects, help people with the hard topics and try and educate. Hang tight 1 second. So yeah, I will be starting a business soon, just so I can offer services to other people, and I do want to sell in the marketplace, so I will need a business to sell stuff through anyway. But when it comes to that kind of stuff, I'll stick to primarily probably laser stuff. I am getting into 3D printing, or starting to dig into that whole big wide topic. So maybe at some point I'll include that in what I can offer. You're all inspiring for Cassandra and me. Just hope you know that what you were doing is impressive. Thank you, Moss. Gotta start somewhere, and it's all about just learning, helping each other out, and being helpful to each other, right? We all like to do our best, and I think learning and growing together is a good way to approach that. Hello, Alex.
Yo.
You're in Ultra HD now.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the internet here. It's probably a sign that I need to get home anyway, because I'm sure Miranda wants a break from the babies.
She's got both of them.
Yeah. What? I can't just like turn it around. Gotta make it all difficult. Hold on. Wow, that's so much effort. Okay. So,
yeah,
shelf done. Got the Ryobi stack. I got all the pan of ice stuff. Here's all the flat stuff. I need to find some places for like my PCB things, but all the flat stock is there. I have more wood. I don't know where I'm going to put the rest of the wood yet, but flat stock. I've got some diodes, slate. There's all those lenses, dude.
It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11, 13, 15.
Yeah, it's a lot of lenses.
25 lenses?
Oh. Yeah, something like that. This is all junk. I still need to go through all this down here. I need to deal with these cables. I need to do something with them. I don't know what. This is all supposed to be the chem shelf up here, but it's being taken over by these glasses filled with random things, which I certainly can't leave that way, so we'll have to fix that. Top shelf, we have the rotaries. There's the Rotoboss Junior 2.0, the Pyburn V4, the Mansfield, and the Eon Laser stock rotary. And then the rest of the shop. So, yeah, I mean, you can actually see now, but this is all down here. This is all just metal, just different kinds of metal. Like this is just a block of brass, like brass plates that I need to find something to do with. And then here's most of the trash from today. There's the rest of the trash from the previous attempts at cleaning. And, of course, we have all the lasers. Say hi to everybody's best friend, the UV. We have the Ranger, the 30-watt Mactron, the 80 watt Mactron fiber, the CO2 Galvo with the coherent source, and the beautiful Mira 9 here as well. We have a Cricut vinyl cutter because I refuse to cut vinyl with my laser. And oh, there's the Ohm Tech, the good old red and black, literally in a pile of garbage. But there. So we'll have to fire that back up at some point too. Most of this is just trash though. You can see we've got there's that California Air tool we talked about a lot earlier. Really nice. And over here we've got the LO 800 light object chiller. I don't even think you can see it, but the SNA 5200 is buried back there somewhere. And yeah, so I don't know. This whole wall was just filled with cardboard boxes when I got here today. And all of the boxes are gone, and there's only really minimal stuff on my desk. I mean, I know it looks like a mess, but compared to what I unboxed today, I think we're doing a lot better. So
Yeah.
that's the update.
We got a question for you I answered while you were disconnected, but
Oh, yeah.
Curious if there's anything I missed. Willie wanted to know, so in the business, did you offer anything outside of laser, like sublimation, anything with vinyl, like the Cricut, anything like that outside of laser marking?
Not only did I not offer anything outside of laser engraving, if I could not start and end the product with laser, I didn't take it. So it had to either be able to be completely done with lasers or not done at all. I was really strict about it.
I know you were very nope to post-processing.
I do not like post-processing. Yeah.
That's kind of the approach I took when I did the coin that I was working on.
Yep.
Because obviously with 100 watt, I could chew through that coin in no time, but not wanting to do extra steps to finish it, I just wanted to pick it up off the bed and be done.
Yeah.
Took an hour and 20 minutes.
Yep.
So to get quality, sometimes you have to pay with time.
Yep. That is the trade-off.
Yep. And if it's not time on the laser, it's time somewhere else, usually.
Yeah, this will be fun to play with at some point.
Yeah, we'll have to dig into that at some point. Mine should be here soon. TM. We can have a 3D printing hour.
I don't know about you, dude. I'm burnt. I'm done for the day.
I got to eat my lunch.
I'm
I'm
thinking about doing this again tomorrow, though.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I obviously have more to do, and this beat's just sitting there staring at the ground. So
I'll have a project prepared that I can run tomorrow to give people some visual stimulation while we talk.
We got a lot of good questions answered today, though. Maybe like Michael or Jessica can chop this up into shorts.
Do little Q&A segments out of it.
Yeah, like tips with Kyle.
Just the tip with Alex.
Yeah, I didn't talk too much, but I got a lot done, so. Are you good? We out?
Yeah, I'm good. They want to know what time.
I don't know. Miranda told me that she wanted me to come in earlier tomorrow. So whatever time this stream started today, earlier tomorrow. Because the later it gets, the more the kids go haywire.
Daniel also wanted to confirm what days are live podcasts. Tuesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern. Give or take 15 minutes.
On LETV.
We aim for 9 p.m. We did move it to LETV, so it's not an independent live like this is. So there's another live podcast or live stream going on the channel called LETV. Click on that at 9 o'clock. You'll see it, and there will also be a notification in Discord server, LMA, Facebook, etc. because there won't be a notification through YouTube because it's already live. LETV is always running. So
Yep.
And John says, "What are you doing, Step Laser?"
What are you doing, Step Laser? Oh my God. Ew. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in today. I appreciate it. Kyle appreciates it. If you got value out of this live stream, don't forget to smash the like button. Let everybody else know this content was tolerable. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you get notified the next time you can harass Kyle with your questions. If you want to see part 2 of the shop building and fixing, hi, I'm still here, where we clean up the rest of this mess and go through all of the little pieces of stock and tools that I need to pick through. Tune in tomorrow earlier than you tuned in today, and you'll probably catch it. And
I got a hot update for that. Miranda says Felix has an activity in the morning, so it'll be in the afternoon.
okay, great. It'll be in the afternoon. And I don't know. Thanks for watching. Go sign up for the LMA if you haven't already. Help us pay for LBX live coverage. And is that it? You got anything else, Kyle?
If you're not a member of the Discord,
No, Discord, Facebook group.
yeah,
Yep, go hit those up.
all the
Go hit
things,
those up.
they're free.
They are 100% free. I've got so many things just laying around that I want to play with and show you guys, but they're just like little things, and we did kind of the big stuff today. So we'll try to get to some of the little stuff tomorrow.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks for hanging out, Kyle.
All right. Thanks for everybody else hanging out.
Yep. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Later, guys. Have a good afternoon.
See you.